This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, 20 years later, my hands are shaking as I type this. I've spent half my life trying to make sense of what happened that summer day in Oak Ridge, and I still can't explain it. I was 13, spending the summer at my grandparents' cattle farm like I did every year. If you've never been to Oak Ridge, it's the definition of middle of nowhere, just acres of farmland, patches of dense woods, and maybe 24 families spread out over miles of countryside. My grandparents owned about 400 acres of land that had been in the family for generations. I loved it there, despite the isolation, or maybe because of it. That particular day in July was sweltering hot, the kind of heat that makes the air shimmer above the ground and your t-shirt stick to your back within minutes of stepping outside. I remember it was a Tuesday because Grandma had gone into town for her weekly shopping trip and Grandpa was fixing irrigation equipment in the north field. I was bored out of my mind. My cousins, Jake and Ryan, lived about a mile down the dirt road that connected our properties. They were a few years older than me and had promised to show me a fort they'd built in the woods behind their house. With nothing better to do, I decided to walk over. The dirt road between our houses was nothing special, just a dusty path cutting through fields on one side and woods on the other. I'd walked it hundreds of times before. It was completely safe, or at least that's what everyone always told me. The scariest thing you might encounter was Mr. Peterson's mean old bull if you cut across his pasture, which is why we always stuck to the road. I remember checking the time on my chunky digital watch before I left. It was 1:17 in the afternoon. I only remember that detail because I checked it again later, and the time difference didn't make sense. About halfway to my cousin's place, the road curved slightly where it ran alongside a particularly dense section of woods. The trees there were old-growth oaks and pines, their branches creating a wall of green so thick you couldn't see more than a few feet in. I was kicking stones as I walked, not paying much attention to anything, when I felt it. It's hard to explain the feeling, like when you're alone, but suddenly know you're being watched. The hair on my arms stood up, and I got this heavy pressure in my chest. I stopped walking and looked around, expecting to see a neighbor's dog or maybe a deer. That's when I saw it. From between two massive oak trees, something moved. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, or maybe a person wearing dark clothes, but as it stepped, no, that's not right. As it glided onto the road about 20 yards ahead of me, I realized it wasn't anything I could explain. It was shaped like a person, had a head, torso, arms, legs, but there were no features, no face, no clothing, just a human-shaped silhouette that was darker than dark. Not black like the color, but black like an absence of everything. It's the only way I can describe it, like someone had cut a person-shaped hole in reality. The thing moved with impossible speed. 1 second it was at the edge of the woods, the next it was crossing the road right in front of me. It didn't run or walk, it just moved, like it was gliding a few inches above the ground. The whole encounter couldn't have lasted more than 3 seconds. It never turned toward me or acknowledged me in any way, just crossed the road and disappeared into the woods on the other side. No sound, no footprints in the dust, nothing. I stood frozen, my heart slamming against my ribs so hard I could hear my pulse in my ears. The rational part of my brain tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was a trick of the light or someone playing a prank, but I knew it wasn't. This was something else entirely. I don't know how long I stood there. Could have been seconds or minutes. I was too scared to move forward and too scared to turn back. My legs felt like they were filled with cement. That's when I heard voices coming from up ahead. My cousins appeared over the hill, walking toward me. I remember feeling an overwhelming relief that I wasn't alone anymore. "Hey, Marcus," Jake called out. "We were coming to get you." I must have looked terrified because their smiles dropped as they got closer. "What's wrong?" Ryan asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." And that's when I made a mistake. I told them. I described exactly what I'd seen. The dark figure, how it moved, everything. I was shaking as I explained it, pointing to the spot where it had crossed. They exchanged this look, I'll never forget, a mix of concern and something else, disbelief maybe, pity. "Oh yeah," Jake said after a moment. "We've seen that before. It's just some shadow thing that lives in these woods." The way he said it was all wrong, too casual, like he was talking about a neighborhood cat or something. Ryan nodded. "Yeah, it's no big deal. Everyone around here sees it sometimes." I knew they were lying. Their body language, the way they wouldn't meet my eyes, everything about their response felt forced. They were just trying to make me feel better, or maybe they didn't know how to react to a kid claiming he'd seen something impossible. We walked back to their house and they quickly changed the subject to video games and the fort they wanted to show me, but I couldn't focus on anything they were saying. My mind kept replaying those few seconds over and over. Here's the thing that really freaked me out later. When I checked my watch at their house, it was 3:45. Somehow, nearly 2.5 hours had passed, but the walk should have taken 20 minutes max. I didn't mention this to my cousins. I was already worried they thought I was crazy. That night at dinner, I couldn't eat. My grandma noticed and asked if I was feeling sick. I almost told her about what I'd seen, but stopped myself. Something told me to keep it to myself. Later, I overheard my grandparents talking in low voices in the kitchen. Bill Peterson said he saw Marcus standing in the middle of the road today, just staring into the woods, my grandpa said. Said the boy didn't even respond when he drove by and honked. "Maybe he was daydreaming," my grandma replied. For over an hour, Bill said he passed by twice, once on his way to town and once on his way back, said Marcus was in the exact same spot, hadn't moved an inch. I felt cold all over. I had no memory of Mr. Peterson driving by, let alone honking at me. What had I been doing during those missing hours? Just standing there? The next day, I made an excuse not to go to my cousin's house. Instead, I stayed in my room, drawing picture after picture of what I'd seen. By evening, I had a dozen sketches of that featureless black silhouette. When I realized what I was doing, I crumpled them all up and stuffed them in the trash. 3 days later, I got up the courage to walk down that road again. I don't know what I was expecting. To see it again, maybe. To prove to myself that it had just been my imagination. I walked to the exact spot where it had happened and stood there, staring into the woods. Nothing. Just trees and undergrowth and the occasional bird call. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something in those woods was waiting for me to step off the road and into the trees. I didn't. I turned around and ran all the way back to my grandparents' house. For the rest of that summer, I avoided that stretch of road. I'd take the long way around through the pastures if I needed to go to my cousin's house, even though Grandpa warned me about Mr. Peterson's bull. When I returned home at the end of summer, I tried to forget about it. I convinced myself it had been a weird hallucination caused by heat exhaustion or something. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. The following summer, I was nervous about going back to the farm, but I did, and nothing happened. Same for the next summer and the one after that. Life went on, but I never forgot. The image of that dark figure is burned into my memory more clearly than most real people I've known. Sometimes I dream about it, always the same dream. I'm standing on that road, and it appears at the edge of the woods. But in my dreams, it stops and turns toward me. It has no face, but somehow I know it's looking right at me, and then it beckons. I always wake up before I see if I follow it. I'm 33 now. My grandparents passed away years ago, but they left the farm to my dad, who never wanted to live there but couldn't bear to sell it. I visit occasionally to check on the place, which is mostly rented out to neighboring farmers now. Last month, I went back for the first time in almost 2 years. After inspecting the house and barns, I found myself drawn to that stretch of road. Before I even realized what I was doing, I was standing in the exact spot where it happened 20 years ago. The road looked smaller than I remembered. The woods had been partially cleared for more farmland. Everything had changed, but standing there, I felt like that 13-year-old boy again. I don't know what made me do it, but I walked to the edge of the remaining woods and stepped between the trees. The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees under the canopy. I walked further in, pushing through undergrowth, moving deeper into the shadows. About 50 yards in, I found a small clearing I'd never seen before. In the center was a circle of mushrooms, a fairy ring, my grandma would have called it. I stood at the edge, staring at it, when I felt that same pressure in my chest I'd felt 20 years ago. I'm not ashamed to admit I ran, sprinted all the way back to my car and drove off with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. But here's the thing, I can't stop thinking about it, about what would have happened if 13-year-old me had followed that figure into the woods, or what might happen if I go back to that clearing now. Sometimes I feel like my entire life has been shaped by those few seconds on that dusty road, like I was offered something, an invitation, a choice, a door to somewhere else, and I was too scared to accept it. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that clearing. Part of me wants to. Part of me is terrified. All I know for certain is that something impossible crossed my path that day, something that wasn't supposed to exist in our world, and for some reason, it showed itself to me. I still don't know why. Story 2. I never believed in ghosts until we moved into my wife's grandmother's house. Now, I'm not so sure anymore. It's been 3 months since we moved in, and I still can't explain what's happening here. I'm writing this at 2 in the morning because I can't sleep after what just happened in our basement. Maybe putting it all down will help me make sense of it, or at least help me feel less crazy. My wife's grandmother, we all called her Graham, passed away 6 months ago. She was 92 and had lived in this house for over 60 years. My wife Sarah grew up visiting this place, and it meant the world to her. When Graham passed, Sarah's parents decided to sell the house, but we were looking to move anyway. Our apartment was getting too small with the twins growing up, and the timing just worked out. The house is in a nice neighborhood, has a good-sized yard, and the price was right since we were keeping it in the family. We moved in right after all the paperwork went through, about 3 months ago. That's when the weird stuff started. The first thing happened when Sarah's dad stayed overnight to help us move some furniture. He was sleeping in the guest room downstairs. In the morning, he came up looking confused and asked if either of us had been downstairs during the night. We hadn't. We were exhausted from moving and had crashed hard. He told us he'd left the small lamp on at the kitchen table before going to bed, but when he woke up around 3 in the morning to use the bathroom, the lamp was off. What's more, the overhead light in Graham's old bedroom, which we were using for storage at the time, was on. He swore he hadn't turned it on, and we believed him. Sarah's dad isn't the type to make things up or get spooked easily. He's a retired engineer, super practical. The way he described it was odd too. He wasn't scared, just confused. He said it felt like Graham was letting him know she was still around. We joked about it, but I remember feeling a chill run down my spine. I didn't say anything to Sarah because she was already emotional about moving into her grandmother's house. I told myself it was just an electrical issue with the old wiring or something, but then things kept happening. The first week we were fully moved in, our bedroom door started opening by itself, not like swinging open dramatically. It would just be cracked open in the morning when I was absolutely certain I'd closed it the night before. Sarah is particular about having the door closed when we sleep, so I know I wasn't forgetting. I tested the door multiple times, making sure it latched properly. Even when it clicked shut firmly, we'd wake up to find it open. I checked the frame, the hinges, everything. Nothing was warped or loose. There was no draft in the house strong enough to push open a latched door. Then came the noises in the basement. I was alone in the house one afternoon. Sarah had taken the twins to a play date when I heard what sounded like cardboard sliding across the concrete floor downstairs. It was distinct enough that I went to check it out, thinking maybe a box had fallen from one of the shelves. But everything was exactly as we'd left it. No boxes on the floor, nothing disturbed. A week later, it happened again when I was doing laundry. This time it was louder and it sounded like it came from right behind me. I spun around so fast I nearly fell over. Nothing. Just the usual stacks of boxes and old furniture we hadn't sorted through yet. I started making excuses to avoid going to the basement alone. The incidents ramped up gradually. Small objects would fall off shelves with no one near them. A picture frame in the hallway fell face down 3 times in 1 week. I eventually just removed it. The metal wire shelving units we had leaning against the wall in the garage would suddenly bang loudly when I was working out there alone. The first time it happened, I nearly had a heart attack. Sarah started noticing things too. The twins' toys would be arranged differently than how they'd left them. The kitchen cabinet doors would be open in the morning. The TV in the living room would turn on by itself at odd hours. We tried to rationalize everything: old house settling, forgetfulness, twins playing pranks. But deep down, we both knew something wasn't right. Last night was the breaking point. Sarah and I were in the basement, sorting through some of Graham's old things. We'd been putting it off because it felt too emotional, but we needed the storage space. We were sitting on the floor going through a box of old photo albums when we both heard it. A cardboard box sliding across the concrete floor, clear as day. It came from the opposite side of the basement, maybe 15 feet away from where we were sitting. We both froze. Sarah grabbed my arm so tight it hurt. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. We both stared into the dimly lit corner where the sound had come from. Nothing moved. The only sound was our breathing and the hum of the furnace. "Hello?" Sarah called out, her voice shaking. Nothing. I stood up slowly and walked over to the area. There were several boxes stacked there, but none appeared to have moved. I checked each one, looking for any sign that they'd been disturbed. Nothing looked different, yet we had both clearly heard the sound. As I turned back towards Sarah, I felt something brush against my shoulder. Not a touch exactly, more like the sensation of someone walking past me very closely. The air felt suddenly cold, and the hairs on my arms stood up. That's when I lost it. I was tired, frustrated, and honestly a little scared. I turned toward the empty space beside me and said, loudly and clearly, "Would you please quit moving stuff?" Sarah looked at me like I'd lost my mind, but then her expression changed to shock when every light in the basement flickered simultaneously. Not just flickered, they dimmed, brightened, dimmed again, in a pattern that couldn't be explained by a power surge. We both ran upstairs like teenagers in a horror movie. We sat in the kitchen, not speaking for several minutes, just processing what had happened. "Do you think it's her?" Sarah finally asked. "Graham?" I didn't know what to say. I've never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff, but sitting there in Graham's kitchen, because even after 3 months it still felt like her kitchen, I couldn't come up with a rational explanation. "I don't know," I answered honestly, "but if it is, I don't think she's trying to scare us." Sarah nodded slowly. She loved this house. Maybe she's just still here. We talked for hours that night, sharing all the little incidents we'd each experienced but hadn't told each other about. Sarah admitted she'd smelled Graham's perfume in the upstairs hallway several times. I confessed that I'd heard humming coming from the kitchen when no one was there. The same tune Graham used to hum when she cooked, according to Sarah. We decided not to tell the twins. They're only 5, and we didn't want to frighten them. Strangely, they've never mentioned anything unusual, despite being at that age where kids supposedly are more sensitive to this kind of thing. We went to bed eventually, emotionally drained, but somehow less afraid than before. We left the bedroom door open that night, a silent acknowledgement of our invisible housemate, which brings me to what happened just an hour ago. The reason I'm sitting here typing this instead of sleeping. I woke up suddenly, not sure why. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:15. Sarah was sound asleep beside me. The house was completely silent, no strange noises, no flickering lights, just the normal creaks of an old house at night. I was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I noticed something on the dresser across the room. In the faint glow from the streetlight outside our window, I could see that someone had arranged the loose change that's usually scattered across the dresser into a neat pattern. A heart. I got up slowly, careful not to wake Sarah, and walked over to look at it more closely. The coins, pennies, nickels, dimes, formed a perfect heart shape. I hadn't done it. Sarah wouldn't have gotten up in the middle of the night to arrange coins. The twins couldn't reach the top of the dresser. As I stood there staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, I felt that same sensation I'd felt in the basement, like someone was standing right beside me. The air around me felt heavier, charged somehow, and then I smelled it, the faint scent of lilac perfume, Graham's perfume. I didn't move, I didn't speak, I just stood there, heart pounding, as the scent grew stronger, and then slowly faded away. The cold spot beside me warmed, and the heaviness in the air lifted. I'm still sitting here looking at that heart made of coins. I haven't touched it. I don't know what to make of any of this. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I'm running out of explanations for what's happening in this house. Whatever or whoever is here with us, I don't think they mean us harm. Maybe Graham just isn't ready to leave the home she loved for so many years. Maybe she's watching over us, making sure we're taking good care of the place. Maybe she's just saying hello in the only way she can. I don't have answers. All I know is that tomorrow I'm going to show Sarah the heart made of coins, and maybe, just maybe, we'll start leaving that lamp on in the kitchen at night. Just in case Graham wants to let us know she's still here. Story 3. I'm still trying to process what happened last weekend, and I honestly don't know if I'll ever feel normal again. My girlfriend Emma and I have always been into urban exploration, finding abandoned places and checking them out. Nothing crazy or illegal, just curious about history and old architecture. We'd heard about this abandoned mining town called Coleridge, about 2 hours from where we live. It was a thriving community back in the early 1900s, until a massive fire destroyed most of it in 1922. According to local history, almost half the town's residents died in that fire, including a bunch of children who were trapped in the schoolhouse. The town was never rebuilt. The mining company just moved operations elsewhere, and Coleridge became this forgotten place that nature slowly reclaimed. Emma found it on some urbex forum, and we decided to check it out last Saturday. The drive there was beautiful, all winding mountain roads and dense forest. We had to park about a mile away from the actual town since there's no road access anymore. As we hiked in, I remember feeling this weird heaviness in the air. Emma felt it too. We just chalked it up to the humidity, or maybe just the weight of knowing what had happened there. When we first saw the ruins, I got chills. Not the excited kind, but a genuine uneasiness that I tried to brush off. The town wasn't completely gone. There were stone foundations, crumbling walls, a few partial structures still standing. Everything was covered in moss and vines, and the forest had grown up around and through what remained. It was eerily quiet except for the sound of wind through the trees. We started exploring, taking photos, and just walking around trying to imagine what life had been like there. About 20 minutes in, we came across something that stopped us in our tracks. Propped against a collapsed wall was a child's bicycle. It was small, probably for a 6 or 7-year-old, and badly rusted. Parts of it were warped and melted, and there were clear char marks on what remained of the rubber tires and seat. It was obviously very old and had clearly been through the fire. "That's creepy as hell," Emma whispered, and I agreed. Something about seeing a child's toy in such a state hit different than just seeing ruined buildings. I took a couple photos of it with my phone, and we moved on to explore one of the more intact structures. What looked like it might have been a general store based on the layout. The floor was mostly rotted away, but we carefully made our way around the edges where the wood seemed stronger. The place was empty except for some broken shelving and debris. We were about to leave when we heard a loud bang from somewhere deeper in the building, like something heavy had fallen. Emma grabbed my arm, and we both froze. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe another explorer was there. No response. Then we heard something that made my blood run cold. The distinct, unmistakable ring of a bicycle bell. Just one ring, clear as day, from outside the building. "Tell me you heard that," Emma whispered. We hurried outside, both feeling seriously unnerved. I immediately looked over to where we'd seen the bicycle, but it was gone, completely gone. Not moved, gone. There weren't even any marks in the dirt or moss where it had been leaning. It was as if the bicycle had never existed. Maybe someone took it, Emma suggested, but we both knew that was unlikely. We hadn't seen or heard anyone else, and the bell had rung just seconds before we came outside. "Let's check the photos," I said, pulling out my phone. I scrolled to where the photos of the bicycle should have been, but they weren't there. I have absolutely no explanation for this. I know I took those pictures. I remember framing the shot, pressing the button, checking to make sure they came out okay, but they were just gone. At this point, we probably should have left, but instead we nervously decided to continue exploring. I think we were both trying to rationalize what had happened, and leaving immediately would have meant acknowledging something truly unexplainable had occurred. We moved on to another structure, a small house with stone walls still partially intact. Inside, there wasn't much left, but I noticed something glinting in a pile of debris near what would have been the front door. I carefully made my way over and picked it up. It was a doorknob, a really ornate brass one with intricate engravings. It was tarnished, but otherwise in surprisingly good condition. "Check this out," I said to Emma, who was examining what remained of a fireplace. "It's amazing this survived the fire." "That's beautiful," she said, running her finger over the pattern. "You should put it back where you found it." I fully intended to, but I was fascinated by the craftsmanship and wanted to look at it more closely. I put it in my jacket pocket, thinking I'd return it to the debris pile before we left. We spent another hour or so exploring the rest of the town. The whole time, I kept feeling like we were being watched. I'd turn around suddenly, convinced I'd see someone standing there, but there was never anyone. Emma said she felt the same way. We kept hearing odd noises too, creaks and thumps that were too deliberate to be just the wind. Eventually, the sun started getting low, and we decided to head back to the car. It wasn't until we were halfway home that I realized I still had the doorknob in my pocket. I'd completely forgotten to put it back. "Shit," I said, feeling it in my pocket. "I still have that doorknob." Emma glanced over. "We can take it back next weekend. No big deal." But it did feel like a big deal, though I couldn't explain why. I had this nagging feeling that I'd done something wrong by removing it from where it belonged. We went back to Emma's place for the night. She lives in this great old Victorian house that she's been slowly renovating. It's beautiful but creaky as hell, which never bothered me before that night. I put the doorknob on her kitchen counter, and we made dinner, watched a movie, and tried to laugh off the weird bicycle incident from earlier. Around 11, we were getting ready for bed when we both heard what sounded like a chair moving across the floor upstairs. Emma's bedroom is on the first floor, and the second floor is just a guest room and her home office. No one was up there. "Did you hear that?" she asked, and I nodded. Her dog Max, who had been sleeping on his bed in the corner, suddenly sat up and stared at the ceiling, then at the staircase. His ears were perked and he looked tense. "It's an old house," I said, trying to sound casual. "Probably just settling." But then we heard it again, a very distinct scraping sound, like furniture being moved, and then footsteps walking slowly across the upstairs hallway. Emma grabbed my arm. "Someone's up there," she whispered. I was about to go check when we heard the back door, which I knew for a fact we had locked, slam open so hard it banged against the wall. Max immediately started barking furiously, running to the hallway that led to the kitchen and back door, but stopping at the entrance, hackles raised, like he was afraid to go further. Emma called the police while I grabbed a baseball bat from her closet. We locked ourselves in her bedroom until they arrived about 15 minutes later. Those were the longest 15 minutes of my life. The whole time, we could hear movement throughout the house, footsteps on the stairs, doors opening and closing. Max wouldn't stop barking and growling at the bedroom door. When the police finally arrived, they searched the entire house and found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no one hiding anywhere. all windows intact and locked from the inside. The only unusual thing was that the back door was wide open, just like we'd heard. The officers suggested it might have been the wind, despite us insisting the door had been locked. After they left, neither of us could sleep. We sat on Emma's bed with all the lights on, Max between us, still occasionally growling at the door. Around 2 in the morning, Emma suddenly sat up straight. "The doorknob," she said. "Where did you put it?" "On the kitchen counter," I replied. I think whatever's happening might be connected to it." It sounded crazy, but after what we'd experienced in the ghost town, I wasn't dismissing anything. I called my friend Tyler, who's really into paranormal stuff. Despite the hour, he picked up, and I explained everything that had happened. "You took something from a haunted location," he said immediately. "Classic mistake. Objects can have attachments. Spirits can latch onto them, especially things with personal significance." "It's just a doorknob," I said. "A doorknob is a threshold object," Tyler explained. "It's literally the thing people touch to enter or leave a space. In a place with that kind of tragic history, it could be significant. Maybe someone was trying to escape through that door during the fire." The thought made me feel sick. "What do we do?" Emma asked, loud enough for Tyler to hear. "You need to return it where you found it and apologize," he said. "Seriously, show respect. Tell whatever's attached to it that you're sorry for taking it and that you're bringing it back where it belongs." We decided we'd drive back to Coleridge first thing in the morning. There was no way either of us was going back there in the dark. We were discussing logistics when the noises started again, louder this time. Heavy footsteps on the stairs coming down toward Emma's bedroom. Max went absolutely ballistic, barking and jumping at the door. Then we heard something that still gives me nightmares. The sound of a child giggling, followed by what sounded like a bicycle bell ringing right outside the bedroom. Emma and I looked at each other in absolute terror. We pulled the blankets over us like kids, as if that would somehow protect us. The doorknob to Emma's bedroom started to rattle violently, like someone was trying to get in. Max was going crazy, alternating between barking at the door and hiding under the bed. The rattling stopped abruptly, and then we heard footsteps moving away, back up the stairs. For the next several hours, we huddled together, listening to doors slamming, furniture moving, and footsteps pacing on the landing. Sometimes they'd approach the bedroom door again, and the doorknob would rattle, but whatever it was never came in. When dawn finally broke, everything went quiet. We waited another hour before working up the courage to leave the bedroom. The house was a mess. Chairs overturned, pictures askew, doors standing open, and the brass doorknob from Coleridge. It had moved from the kitchen counter to the middle of the living room floor, positioned exactly in the center of the room. We grabbed it, got in the car, and drove straight back to Coleridge. The whole drive, I kept the doorknob in a plastic bag on the seat between us, afraid to touch it. Neither of us spoke much. We were both exhausted and terrified. When we got to the ghost town, it felt different in the daylight, less menacing but still heavy with sadness. We went straight to the house where I'd found the doorknob and placed it exactly where I'd picked it up. "I'm sorry," I said out loud, feeling ridiculous but also desperate. "We didn't mean any disrespect. This belongs here, and we shouldn't have taken it. Please forgive us and stay here where you belong." Emma added her own apology, and we quickly left, not wanting to linger. That was 3 days ago. Nothing weird has happened at Emma's house since, but I still can't shake the feeling of being watched. Last night I swear I heard a bicycle bell ringing outside my apartment window, but when I looked, there was nothing there. Story 4. I've never been the type to believe in supernatural stuff. Ghost stories, hauntings, demons, that was all just entertainment to me. My husband Mark used to tease me about how I'd watch those paranormal shows on TV, but then dismiss everything as camera tricks or people making stuff up for attention. But after what happened in our house last year, I don't know what to believe anymore. It started with something so small I almost didn't notice. I was doing laundry in the basement when I heard my son Jacob crying upstairs, not just sniffling, but that gut-wrenching sobbing that makes a parent's heart drop. I rushed upstairs, following the sound to his bedroom, but when I opened the door, it was empty, completely empty. I called out for him, checked the bathroom, even looked in his closet, thinking maybe he was hiding for some reason. Nothing. I texted him immediately, asking where he was and if he was okay. He replied that he was at his friend Tyler's house working on a school project, had been there for hours. I felt a chill run through me, but I brushed it off. Maybe it was the TV I'd left on or sound carrying weirdly from the neighbor's house. Our minds play tricks sometimes, right? But then it happened again the next week. I was cooking dinner when I heard Jacob upstairs crying even harder than before. This time I actually called out, "Jacob," before heading up, and the crying stopped immediately. When I checked his room, empty again. This time he was at basketball practice. The third time it happened, Jacob was home, downstairs playing video games. I heard the crying from upstairs, clear as day, and rushed to the living room in confusion. There he was, controller in hand, perfectly fine. "Did you just go upstairs?" I asked him. He looked at me like I was crazy. "No, been here the whole time." "I swear I just heard you crying in your bedroom." Something changed in his expression then, a flicker of recognition, maybe even fear. "That's weird," he said, turning back to his game a little too quickly. "Must be the house settling or something." We didn't talk about it after that. Every time it happened, and it did keep happening, we'd just exchange this look, this silent acknowledgement that something wasn't right, but neither of us wanted to say it out loud. It was easier to pretend nothing was happening. Then Jacob started mentioning the scratching. "Mom, are the cats sleeping in your room at night?" he asked one morning over breakfast. "We have 2 cats, Kyle, an orange tabby who thinks he owns the place, and Luna, a skittish little black cat who barely leaves our basement most days." "No, Luna's always downstairs, and Kyle usually sleeps with Mark and me, but sometimes he wanders." "Why?" Jacob pushed his cereal around the bowl. "There's scratching on my door at night, like a lot. It keeps me up." "Probably just Kyle wanting in," I said, though something about the way Jacob was avoiding eye contact made my stomach knot up. "Yeah, maybe," he mumbled. "But it doesn't sound like cat scratches. It's too rhythmic, and sometimes it's way higher up the door than Kyle could reach, even if he was standing on his back legs." I suggested we keep both cats in our bedroom that night to see if the scratching continued. Jacob agreed, but I could tell he already knew the answer. Sure enough, the next morning, Jacob appeared in the kitchen with dark circles under his eyes. "It was worse last night," he said quietly. "And I know both cats were with you because I checked at midnight and saw them on your bed." That's when Mark got involved. He's always been the practical one, the problem solver. He thought maybe we had mice in the walls or raccoons in the attic. He spent a weekend checking every inch of our house for entry points, setting traps, even had a pest control company come out. They found nothing. The scratching continued. So did the crying sounds, though less frequently now. Then came the night everything changed. Jacob's girlfriend Emma was over for dinner. It was a Friday night in October. I remember because we had decorated for Halloween earlier that day. The 5 of us, me, Mark, Jacob, Emma, and Jacob's little sister Lily, had just finished eating when Mark announced he was tired and heading up to bed early. "I'll take Kyle up with me," he said, scooping up our orange cat who had been weaving between our legs hoping for scraps. This was normal. Kyle loved to sleep curled up next to Mark. The rest of us stayed downstairs watching a movie. Around 1 in the morning, Jacob and Emma decided to head up to bed too. Emma was staying in our guest room. I was still wide awake, so I stayed in the living room reading. Luna was asleep in her basement bed, and Kyle had wandered down at some point and was now curled up on my lap, purring loudly. Jacob came back downstairs about 20 minutes later to get some water. "I see Kyle got kicked out of the bedroom," he said, noticing the cat on my lap. "Yeah, he's been down here for a couple hours now," I replied, without thinking much of it. Mark sometimes shut the bedroom door if Kyle was being too active. Jacob shrugged and went back upstairs. I fell asleep on the couch with Kyle still on my lap. The next morning, we were all sitting around the breakfast table when Mark mentioned being annoyed that Kyle had been scratching at the bedroom door all night. "What are you talking about?" Jacob asked. "Kyle was downstairs with Mom all night. I saw him on her lap around 1. Mark looked confused. "No, that's impossible. Kyle was in our bedroom all night. I never let him out." "But I saw him downstairs," Jacob insisted. "And I felt him on my lap," I added. "He slept with me on the couch until morning." Mark shook his head firmly. "I'm telling you, Kyle never left our room. I would have noticed. You know I'm a light sleeper." That's when Emma, who had been quietly listening, said something that made my blood run cold. "Then, what was the orange cat I saw in the upstairs hallway around midnight?" We all fell silent. Kyle, the real Kyle, chose that moment to stroll into the kitchen from the direction of our bedroom and start meowing for breakfast. Jacob was the first to speak. "If Kyle was with Mark all night and there was another orange cat that Mom and I saw downstairs." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Something had been in our house pretending to be our cat. We spent the whole day checking and rechecking our doors and windows, trying to figure out how another cat could have gotten inside. But deep down, I think we all knew this wasn't just a neighborhood stray that had wandered in. Emma, surprisingly, was the calmest of all of us. She revealed that her grandmother was really into spiritual stuff and had taught her about entities that could mimic people or animals. She called what we experienced a mimic or a doppelganger and suggested we cleanse the house, so that's what we did. Emma brought over some Palo Santo wood her grandmother had given her, and we went through every room, burning it and saying prayers. Emma insisted we pay special attention to Kyle, wafting the smoke around him while asking whatever entity was imitating him to leave our home and leave him alone. I felt ridiculous doing it, but I was desperate enough to try anything. The scratching had stopped after that night, and we didn't hear the crying anymore, so maybe it worked. That's what I told myself anyway. But then we started noticing something outside. About a week after our cleansing ritual, Jacob came running into the house, pale as a ghost. "There's something in the backyard," he said, his voice shaking. "It looks like Kyle, but wrong." Mark and I went to look. Sure enough, there was an orange cat sitting at the edge of our property. From a distance, it looked just like Kyle, but as we watched it, something seemed off about its proportions. Its face was slightly too long, its legs a bit too thin. When it noticed us watching, it started meowing, which was the first real confirmation that this wasn't Kyle. Our Kyle can't meow properly due to an injury he had as a kitten. He makes these little chirping sounds instead, but this cat was meowing loudly, almost desperately, like it wanted to be let in. We made sure Kyle was inside and kept a close eye on this look-alike over the next few days. It would show up at different times, always sitting just far enough away that we couldn't get a really good look at it, but it would always approach our back door, meowing to be let in. The worst was when Jacob caught it sitting on our back step, paws against the glass door, staring inside at the real Kyle. The way he described it still gives me chills. He said it was like watching someone study for a test, memorizing every detail of our cat. One evening, I got fed up and decided to confront this thing. I went outside alone, which was stupid, I know, and approached it slowly. It just sat there watching me come closer. When I was about 10 feet away, I could see its face clearly for the first time. It looked like Kyle, but the proportions were all wrong. The eyes were too far apart, the mouth too wide, and its expression, I know how crazy this sounds, but it looked angry, not like a normal cat hissing or being territorial. This was a deep, human-like anger. I stopped and said, "Yes, I talked to it. You need to leave us alone now. This isn't your home." The thing blinked slowly, then started backing away, never breaking eye contact with me. It backed around the corner of our house, and when I followed a few seconds later, it was gone. Instead, I saw a completely different stray cat, a gray one, trotting away down the street. That's when we decided to keep Kyle indoors permanently and put iron stakes around our property line. Emma's grandmother swore that iron repels negative entities. We haven't seen the anti-Kyle, as Jacob calls it, for months now, but sometimes, on quiet nights, I still hear scratching at the doors. And sometimes when I'm home alone, I swear I can hear Jacob crying upstairs, even though I know he's not there. Whatever that thing was, I think it resents being kicked out of our home. I think it's still watching us, waiting for an opportunity to get back in. And I can't shake the feeling that next time, it might not choose to look like our cat. I still have so many questions. Was this thing responsible for the crying sounds too? Was it practicing being Jacob before it decided to imitate Kyle instead? And most frightening of all, if we hadn't noticed the two Kyles that night, how long would it have lived among us, pretending to be something it wasn't? I don't expect answers. I just needed to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive, keeping it to myself. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I losing my mind? Story 5. I can't believe I'm finally typing this out. For years, I've tried to rationalize what happened, but I've run out of explanations. I just need to share this with people who might understand or have experienced something similar. My wife Elise and I bought our first house together in Westbrook about 3 years ago. We were so excited, a beautiful century-old Victorian with lots of character, big windows, hardwood floors, the works. The realtor mentioned it had been renovated several times over the decades, but still maintained its historic charm. At the time, that sounded perfect. The weirdness started almost immediately after we moved in. The first night, we were unpacking our bedroom stuff when we both noticed the closet doors in the master bedroom kept sliding open slightly. They were those old-fashioned sliding doors on a track, the kind that never quite close properly. I figured they were just off balance or something. By the third night, we'd find clothes from the closet scattered across the floor when we woke up. Not like someone had ransacked the place, just a shirt here, a pair of pants there, like someone had been browsing through our stuff. Maybe it's the way the closet is positioned, Elise suggested one morning as she picked up her blouse from the middle of the room. Or maybe we're sleepwalking. Neither of us had ever sleepwalked before, but I was willing to accept any explanation at that point. Eventually, we got fed up and removed those creepy doors altogether, replacing them with curtains. Weirdly enough, once we did that, the clothes stopped being thrown around. But then other things started happening. The door from our kitchen to the laundry room would open by itself, not just once or twice, all the damn time. At first I thought it was a draft or something, but it happened regardless of weather. Hot summer day with no windows open, door opens. Cold winter night with the heat on, door opens. Middle of the day while we're cooking dinner? You guessed it. I checked the hinges, made sure the door was perfectly level, even put a rubber stopper against it. Nothing worked. I'd close it firmly, walk away, and within minutes hear that distinct creak as it swung open. Sometimes it would happen 3 or 4 times in a row, no matter how firmly I shut it. One night, I decided to test it. I closed the door, sat at the kitchen table where I could see it, and just waited. 5 minutes later, it slowly swung open about halfway. No draft, no vibration from appliances, nothing I could explain. Jesus Christ, I muttered, getting up to close it again. As I reached for the handle, it swung open wider, faster, like someone had pushed it. I'm not easily spooked, but that sent a chill through me that I can still feel when I think about it. I tried to keep this stuff to myself, thinking maybe I was imagining things or being paranoid, but then our friends started noticing. My buddy Mike came over to watch a game one Sunday. We were sitting in the living room when the laundry room door opened behind us. Mike turned around and asked, "Do you guys have a cat I don't know about?" "No, why?" I asked. That door just opened by itself. After that, I couldn't deny it anymore. Something was off with our house. The footsteps started about 6 months after we moved in. At first, they were so faint I thought it was just the house settling. Old houses make noise, right? But these were different. They had a pattern, a rhythm, like someone small, a child maybe, or a very light adult, was walking around upstairs when we were downstairs, or downstairs when we were upstairs. Elise heard them too. "Victor," she whispered one night as we were watching TV. "Do you hear that?" I muted the television. Clear as day, there were footsteps crossing the ceiling above us, moving from our bedroom toward the bathroom. Soft, quick steps. "It's probably just the pipes," I said, not believing it myself. The footsteps continued for weeks. We'd hear them most often at night or early morning, but sometimes in broad daylight too. They never seemed threatening, just there, like we had a roommate we couldn't see. Then our neighbor Jen came over for dinner one evening in August. We were eating on the back porch when she suddenly looked out into the yard and asked, "Who's the little boy?" Elise and I both turned to look. There was nobody there. "What little boy?" Elise asked. "The one who was just standing by your oak tree," Jen said, confused. "He was wearing old-fashioned clothes, like knickers and a cap. I thought maybe he was from one of the houses down the street. There were no kids in our immediate neighborhood, and certainly none that would be dressed like that." Jen seemed embarrassed when we told her we didn't see anyone, and the subject was dropped. But that night, the footsteps were louder than ever. I started doing research on the house's history, digging through local archives and online records. The house had been built in 1924 by a banker named Herbert Collings, who lived there with his wife and their son. The son, Edward, died of pneumonia when he was 9 years old. The parents moved away shortly after. Since then, the house had changed hands about a dozen times, with no reports of anything unusual that I could find. Still, the footsteps continued, and the laundry room door kept opening. We tried to joke about it, named our ghost Edward, and would sometimes say, "Not now, Edward," when the door opened while we were busy. It was our way of coping, I guess. But things escalated one Saturday morning in October. The weather had turned cold, and I'd gotten up early to make coffee while Elise slept in. I was sitting in the living room scrolling through my phone when I heard a loud pop from the kitchen, followed by something hitting the floor. I walked in to find the lid from our coffee canister, the one I'd just tightly closed after scooping beans, sitting in the middle of the kitchen floor, a good 6 feet from the counter. It hadn't just fallen off. It had been forcefully removed and thrown. There was no way that happened naturally. That was when I decided to get more methodical. If there was something living in our walls or crawl spaces, a raccoon, a squirrel, whatever, I was going to find it. I borrowed a snake camera from work and spent an entire weekend exploring every inch of our house's infrastructure. I found nothing alive. No animals, no secret passages, no evidence of someone living in our walls. What I did find was disturbing in its own way. Small collections of feathers, fur, and insect remains tucked into corners of the crawl space and attic, arranged in what looked like deliberate patterns. They weren't nests. They were too organized, too purposeful. When I showed Elise the pictures from the snake camera, she got really quiet. "Victor," she finally said, "I don't think we're dealing with an animal problem." That night was the worst. We went to bed around 11, both of us on edge after my discoveries. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of something heavy dragging across the floor downstairs. It wasn't subtle. It sounded like someone was moving furniture. I nudged Elise awake, and we both sat up, listening. The dragging stopped, replaced by those familiar footsteps, but this time they were coming up the stairs. Slow, deliberate steps. "Should we call the police?" Elise whispered. I reached for my phone just as our bedroom door, which we always kept closed at night, slowly began to open. We both froze. The door opened about halfway and then stopped. There was nobody there, at least nobody we could see, but I swear I could feel someone looking at us. The air felt heavier, colder. Then the footsteps moved again, into our room, around the foot of the bed toward Elise's side. I could see the carpet fibers compressing slightly, as if under invisible feet. Elise grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. "Victor," she whispered, "something just touched my hair." That was it for me. I jumped out of bed, turned on every light I could reach, and started shouting, "Get out! This is our house! Leave us alone!" I felt ridiculous, yelling at empty air, but something shifted. The heaviness in the room lifted. The temperature returned to normal. Whatever had been there seemed to retreat. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. As soon as it was a reasonable hour, I called a local paranormal investigation team. I'd always scoffed at ghost hunters before, but I was desperate for answers. They came the next day with their equipment, EMF meters, thermal cameras, digital recorders, the works. They spent hours going through the house, and to my surprise, they actually found evidence of something. Their thermal camera caught cold spots that moved from room to room. The EMF meters spiked near the laundry room door and in our bedroom closet, and most convincingly, their audio recorder picked up what sounded like a child's laughter when no one was speaking. When they played it back for us, Elise started crying. It sounded so real, so present. The lead investigator, a woman named Maria who'd been doing this for 20 years, sat us down afterward. "Your house has a resident," she said matter-of-factly. "From what we can tell, it's the spirit of a child, likely the boy who died here. He doesn't seem malevolent, just playful. The door opening, the footsteps, even the clothes being moved, these are ways he's trying to interact." "What about last night?" I asked. "That didn't feel playful." Maria nodded thoughtfully. "Spirits can sense fear and tension. The more afraid you are, the more energy they can draw on, and sometimes that escalates things. She recommended we try talking to the spirit, not with a Ouija board or anything like that, but just normally, acknowledging its presence and setting boundaries. It felt ridiculous, but we were willing to try anything. That evening, after the team left, Elise and I sat in the living room and simply talked to the empty air. "Edward," I said, feeling slightly crazy, "we understand this was your home first. We're okay with you being here, but you're scaring us sometimes. Can we find a way to live together peacefully?" Nothing happened immediately, but that night we slept undisturbed for the first time in months. The laundry room door still opens sometimes, but now it feels less threatening and more like, I don't know, a greeting. The footsteps continue, but they seem to respect our bedroom at night. We've reached a strange kind of truce with whatever or whoever shares our home. Sometimes I'll find one of my coffee mugs moved from where I left it, or Elise's hairbrush will be in a different spot on the bathroom counter. Small things like reminders that we're not alone. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts, not really, but I can't explain what happens in our house. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm home alone and I hear those familiar footsteps overhead, I don't feel scared anymore. I just say, "Afternoon, Edward," and continue with my day. Is this what it means to live in a haunted house? Not terror and possession like in the movies, but this strange, uneasy coexistence? I don't have answers. I just know that something is here with us in this century-old house in Westbrook, something that especially loves to open that laundry room door, and for now, we've decided that's okay. Story 6. I don't even know where to begin with this. My hands are shaking as I type, partly from exhaustion and partly from fear that talking about it might make things worse tonight. But I can't keep this to myself anymore. I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I've had sleep issues since I was a teenager, but what I'm dealing with now isn't normal insomnia. I'm 24, living in my family home in Pinewood because, well, how could I possibly live alone? My name is Elijah, and I can't sleep alone anymore. Not because I'm afraid of the dark or anything that simple. I wish it were that simple. It started about 3 years ago. At first, I thought it was just sleep paralysis. I'd read about it online. That sensation of being awake but unable to move, sometimes accompanied by hallucinations. But this is different. This is targeted, deliberate. Whenever I start to drift off to sleep, I get this weird sensation in my chest. It's hard to describe, kind of like a vibration or pressure that builds from inside. Not quite pain, but uncomfortable enough to wake me up. It's like my body is warning me, stay awake or else. And I've learned to listen to that warning, because when I don't, God, I can't even think about it without my heart racing. If I ignore that feeling and continue falling asleep, I start to see them, these figures, black humanoid shadows that seem to stretch and distort around my bed. They don't have distinct features, but somehow I know they're looking at me. They're only visible for a few seconds before I jolt fully awake. But that's enough. That's more than enough. This happens over and over throughout the night. I fight sleep. Sleep starts to take me. I feel the warning. I see the shadows. I wake up terrified. It repeats until I literally pass out from exhaustion, usually around 5 or 6 in the morning. Then I get maybe 2 hours of dreamless sleep before I have to get up for work. My doctor prescribed sleeping pills, but they make it worse. They trap me in that twilight state where I can see the shadows but can't wake myself up as easily. I stopped taking them after 3 nights. My doctor thinks I'm making it up or that it's anxiety. Maybe it is all in my head, but that doesn't make it any less real to me. The worst part is, I've crossed some kind of threshold 3 times now. 3 times I've gone past the warning, past the shadows, into something so much worse. The first time was about 2 years ago. I was so tired I could barely function. I hadn't slept properly in days. I decided to face the wall and pull the covers completely over my head. Childish, I know, but I thought if I couldn't see them, maybe they wouldn't bother me. I felt the chest sensation come on strong, but I was so exhausted I just ignored it. That's when it happened. I felt something touch me. A hand, large and impossibly cold, placed itself on the top of my head. The fingers were long, with what felt like sharp nails or claws. Slowly, deliberately, it traced a path down the back of my head, my neck, and along my spine. The touch was light but firm, like it was memorizing the contours of my body. When it reached the middle of my back, it suddenly vanished. I jumped up, throwing the covers off, turning on every light in my room. There was nothing there. My bedroom is small and sparse, just a bed, a dresser, and a desk. Nowhere for anyone to hide. The door was still locked from the inside. My window was closed with the security latch on. Nothing had been in that room with me. Nothing human, anyway. I didn't sleep for 2 days after that. The second incident happened about 6 months later. I was lying on my back with my arms crossed over my chest. I felt the warning sensation but was too tired to fight it. As I started to drift off, I caught a glimpse of something that still haunts me. For just a millisecond, literally the briefest moment possible, I saw a black figure squatting on my chest. It was humanoid, but wrong somehow. Proportions all distorted, and it was leaning forward toward my face. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt it staring into me, not at me, into me. I screamed and threw myself out of bed, landing hard on the floor. My mum came running in, found me in the corner of my room sobbing. I couldn't explain it to her. How could I? She already thinks I need therapy. The third time, the last time I ever let myself cross that threshold, was just 3 months ago. I was lying on my side, fighting to stay awake as usual. The warning came, stronger than ever, but I was at my breaking point. I remember thinking, just do whatever you're going to do. I can't keep living like this. I felt my mattress dip, like someone sitting down beside me. The weight was substantial, not imaginary. Then my blanket, which was pulled up to my chin, started to move. Slowly, almost gently, it was pulled away from my face. The care with which it was done was somehow worse than if it had been yanked away violently. Then I felt what I thought was a kiss on my cheek, near my neck. For a confused moment, I thought it might be my mom checking on me, the way she used to when I was little. But then the kiss changed. It turned into suction. Powerful, painful suction, like someone giving me a hickey but with inhuman strength. I could feel blood vessels breaking under my skin. I tried to move, to scream, but my body was completely paralyzed. All I could do was force my eyes open wider, force myself to full consciousness, despite whatever was holding me down. And then, suddenly, I could move. I leapt out of bed, touching my neck where I'd felt the suction. The skin was tender, but showed no marks when I checked in the mirror. I ran to my mum's room, but she was sound asleep. She couldn't have been in my room seconds earlier. No one could have entered and exited that quickly and silently. The strangest part of all this, the detail that makes me think I'm not just experiencing some weird form of sleep paralysis, is that it only happens when I'm alone. If someone else is in the room with me, I sleep normally, completely normally. No warning sensations, no shadows, no visitors. It doesn't matter if they're in the same bed or just in a chair across the room. Their presence seems to keep whatever this is at bay. This has led me to some uncomfortable conclusions. Whatever visits me at night is intelligent. It knows when I'm alone and vulnerable. It deliberately avoids witnesses. It's targeting me specifically. For a while, I convinced my younger brother to sleep in my room. I told him I was having anxiety issues and didn't want to be alone. He did it for about 2 weeks before getting annoyed. I slept perfectly those 2 weeks. Now, I'm at a breaking point. My health is deteriorating from the chronic sleep deprivation. I've lost weight. My performance at work is suffering. I've become irritable and paranoid. Dark circles under my eyes have become a permanent feature of my face. I've tried everything. Night lights, prayer, meditation, leaving the TV on, sleeping with a baseball bat. Nothing works except having another person in the room. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if I just let them in. If I didn't fight the warning sensation, if I didn't jolt myself awake when I see the shadows, would they take me somewhere? Would they hurt me, or would they just continue these escalating intrusions night after night? Last night was particularly bad. The warning sensation in my chest was stronger than ever, almost painful. The shadows seemed more solid, more present, and I swear just before I jerked awake for the final time, I heard whispering. Multiple voices, too quiet to make out words, but with a rhythm that suggested speech. I'm typing this at 4 in the morning. I've been awake for nearly 20 hours straight. My eyes burn, my thoughts are foggy, but I'm too afraid to sleep. Sometimes I catch glimpses of the shadows even when I'm awake now, just at the edge of my vision. When I turn to look, they're gone. But I know they're waiting. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't keep living with my family forever, having someone sleep in my room every night. But I can't live alone either. I feel trapped. The most terrifying thought, the one that keeps me awake even when exhaustion is crushing me, is that maybe they're not just visiting anymore. Maybe they're slowly claiming parts of my waking life too. The shadows at the corners of my vision, the occasional cold spot I walk through in an otherwise warm room. The feeling of being watched when I'm alone. What if they're not just waiting for me to sleep? What if they're waiting for me to give up? I'm sorry if this post is rambling or doesn't make sense. I'm so tired. So tired. But I need to know, has anyone else experienced anything like this? Does anyone know what these things might be or what they want from me? Because right now, I feel like I'm slowly being hunted by something I can't fight or escape. The sun will be up soon. Maybe I can get an hour of sleep before work, unless they've decided daylight doesn't stop them anymore either. Story 7. I was only 9 when it all started. My mom, my sister Jenna, who was 15 then, and I moved into these brand new government apartments in northern Alberta. It was supposed to be a fresh start for us after my parents split up. I remember being excited about having my own room. I'd always shared with Jenna before. The apartments looked so normal. Clean beige walls, new carpet smell, those generic light fixtures that government buildings always have. Nothing about it screamed haunted or built on sacred ground. We didn't know anything about the history when we moved in. No one told us. That first night we were all exhausted from moving. Mom had us sleep in her bed because our furniture hadn't all arrived yet. I was squished between Mom and Jenna, half asleep when I first heard it, children giggling like they were playing a game. Then there was this sound like marbles rolling across the floor above us, little footsteps running back and forth. I nudged my mom, who lives upstairs. She looked confused. No one, Lily. We're on the top floor. I told her what I heard, and she listened for a minute. Then she heard it too, the unmistakable sound of children playing above us. But there couldn't be anyone above us. There was nothing but the roof. Mom called the building manager the next morning. He assured her there was no access to the roof, no attic space, nothing. Maybe it was pipes or the building settling, he suggested. But we all knew what we heard. We tried to brush it off. New place, unfamiliar sounds. It made sense we'd be jumpy. But things got worse after that first night. Jenna changed first. My sister had always been moody, typical teenager stuff, but within weeks of moving in, she became someone else entirely. She'd fly into these rages over nothing. One minute she'd be helping me with homework, the next she'd be screaming at me for breathing too loud. She started getting into fights at school, something she'd never done before. Mom was stressed all the time. She'd snap at us over tiny things, then cry and apologize. The apartment always felt tense, like the air was heavy. I started having nightmares about children in old-fashioned clothes standing around my bed, just watching me. My room became the center of it all. It was at the end of the hallway, and it always felt colder than the rest of the apartment. I'd wake up every night, and I mean every night, at exactly 3 in the morning because my TV would turn on by itself. Not to static or anything, but to kids' shows. Old ones, like from the 70s or 80s. And when the TV came on, my closet door would be open. I always closed it before bed because I was scared of the dark, but it would be wide open and there'd be this figure, tall, hunched over like its head would hit the ceiling if it stood straight. It stayed in the corner of my closet, this black shadow against the darkness. I couldn't see its face, but I knew it was looking at me. The weird thing is, as terrifying as that shadow was, I wasn't always afraid of it. Sometimes when I was sad, like when kids at school made fun of my secondhand clothes or when I heard Mom crying at night, I'd feel what seemed like arms around me, like someone was hugging me when no one was there. It felt protective almost, but there were other things that were just plain terrifying, like the girl in the white nightgown. I'd see her standing in my doorway sometimes just watching me. Long black hair, pale face, these sad eyes. The first time I saw her, I thought it was Jenna playing a prank. I called out to her, but when I got up to look, she was gone. I'd see her at least once a week, always in the same spot, always disappearing when I approached. The only person I told was my best friend, Melissa. She started coming over less and less. One day, I caught her staring behind me while we were doing homework at my desk. "What?" I asked her. "Who's that man standing behind you?" she whispered. I whipped around but saw nothing. Melissa refused to come over after that. Other friends reported similar things, seeing people who weren't there, feeling watched, getting suddenly cold in my room. About 6 months after we moved in, I learned about the history of the land. I was at school, and we were doing a project on local history. My teacher mentioned that before our apartment complex was built, there had been a residential school on that land. I didn't know what that meant, so I asked. The look on my teacher's face is something I'll never forget. She carefully explained that residential schools were places where indigenous children were taken, often against their families' wishes, to be educated and assimilated. Many children died there from disease, neglect, or abuse. Many were buried in unmarked graves on the school grounds. I felt sick. I asked if the school that stood where our apartments were now was one of the bad ones. She wouldn't answer directly, just said that all residential schools caused harm. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all those children taken from their homes, dying alone. I wondered if they were the ones I heard playing above us, if the girl in the nightgown had been one of them. I asked Mom about it the next morning. She got really quiet, then admitted she'd heard rumors but thought they were just stories to scare newcomers. She called the housing authority that day. They reluctantly confirmed that yes, a residential school had operated there from 1913 until 1974, and yes, there had been deaths, but they assured her that all remains had been properly relocated before construction. Mom didn't believe them, neither did I. The children we heard didn't sound like they'd been relocated. Things escalated after that conversation. It was like acknowledging the history opened a door we couldn't close. Jenna's behavior got even worse. She started sleepwalking, muttering in what sounded like another language. She'd wake up with scratches on her arms that she couldn't explain. My antique desk became the focus of strange activity. It was a beautiful old wooden desk that Mom had found at a thrift store when we moved in. I loved it because it made me feel grown up, with all its little drawers and compartments. But Melissa wasn't the only one who saw someone standing behind me when I sat at it. Jenna saw it too, and once, even Mom admitted she'd seen a tall figure there. One day, I was running my fingers along the underside of the desk when I felt something carved into the wood. Using a flashlight, I discovered words etched into the bottom. Mary got's a baby. The handwriting looked childish, desperate. I showed Mom, and she got this look on her face, part fear, part realization. She started making calls, talking to elders from nearby First Nations communities, researching the history of the school. She learned that my desk had indeed come from the residential school. When they demolished the building, a lot of the furniture was sold off or salvaged. The words I found had been carved by a student named Mary, who had become pregnant at 14 while at the school. According to the elder Mom spoke with, both Mary and her baby died during childbirth in 1962. What's even more chilling is that when Mom visited what remained of the old school foundation, part of it was still visible behind our building, she found the exact same words, Mary got's a baby, carved into a basement wall. We only stayed another 2 months after that discovery. Mom found us a place in another town, and we moved out as quickly as we could. She even left the desk behind, afraid that whatever was attached to it would follow us. But something did follow us. Something followed me. We moved to Manitoba, then later to Ontario as Mom chased better jobs. But no matter where we went, the girl in the nightgown would appear in my doorway. The TV would still turn on at 3 a.m. The feeling of being watched never left. I'm 23 now. I've lived in 6 different homes since that apartment, across 2 provinces. I've tried sage, crystals, prayers, everything. Nothing works. Whatever attached itself to me when I was 9 has stayed with me for 14 years. The shadow in the closet still appears sometimes, though less frequently now. The protective presence remains. I still feel those comforting hugs when I'm at my lowest, and I've researched everything I can about that residential school, trying to understand my connection to it. I've learned that there were indeed unmarked graves found after we moved out. The housing authority had lied. They built those apartments knowing what had been there, what still remained under the foundations. Last year, I visited the site again. The apartments have been abandoned now. Too many complaints of paranormal activity, too many families fleeing in the night. Standing there, looking at my old bedroom window, I felt them all around me, the children who never made it home. I don't know why they chose me. I don't know why they've followed me all these years. I only know that whatever happened in that place, whatever injustice those children suffered, hasn't been resolved. And until it is, I don't think they'll ever leave me alone. Sometimes late at night I still hear them giggling, and sometimes I find myself whispering back, "I haven't forgotten you." Story 8. I never really believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that stuff. I was raised Catholic, sure, but I was more of the practical type who needed to see things to believe them. That all changed about 3 years ago. I grew up in Oak Ridge, this tiny little town where everyone knows everyone. My childhood home was this old 2-story house on Maple Street. Nothing fancy, but it was home. My mom died there back in 1982. Well, not exactly there. She collapsed in the front yard while gardening. My dad found her and called an ambulance, but by the time they got her to the hospital, it was too late. Brain aneurysm, they said. It happened so fast, none of us kids got to say goodbye. I was 16 at the time and the youngest of 5. 5 years after Mom died, Dad had a massive heart attack in the living room. Same house, same sudden departure. After that, none of us wanted to live there. But my oldest brother Mark couldn't stand the idea of strangers living in our family home, so he bought out the rest of us siblings and moved in with his wife. Mark lived there for about 15 years before finally selling it to some young couple. I hadn't thought much about the house since then. I'd moved to a city about an hour away, had my own family, my own life. The old house was just a memory, sometimes sweet, sometimes painful. Last winter, I was at this dinner party my friend Susan was hosting. I was sitting on the couch, sipping wine and making small talk with this woman named Natalie. We were talking about where we grew up, and I mentioned Oak Ridge. "No way," she said, eyes lighting up. "I live in Oak Ridge." "Which part?" When I told her Maple Street, her jaw literally dropped. "What number?" she asked. I told her, and she nearly spilled her wine. "That's my house." I bought it from a guy named Mark about 4 years ago. What a crazy coincidence, right? We spent the next hour talking about the house, how the third step on the staircase still creaked, how the kitchen window always stuck in humid weather. It was nice reminiscing about my childhood home with someone who was making new memories there. Then Natalie lowered her voice and leaned in closer. "Can I ask you something kind of weird?" She seemed nervous. "Was the house haunted when you lived there?" I laughed, but she wasn't joking. Her face was dead serious. "No," I said. "Nothing like that." "Why do you ask?" She bit her lip before continuing. "Since we moved in, there's been this feeling, like someone's watching us. Me and my roommates all feel it. It's strongest in the master bedroom and the garden out front." The master bedroom had been my parents' room. The garden was where my mom collapsed. "Sometimes," Natalie continued, "things move, not dramatically, like in the movies. Just a book will be on a different shelf, or a door we know we closed will be open. And there's this cold spot in the hallway upstairs that never goes away, even in summer when it's 90 degrees out." I felt a chill run down my spine. My mom hadn't been the type to believe in ghosts either. She was practical, no nonsense. The idea that she might be haunting our old house seemed ridiculous. "I'm sure there's a logical explanation," I said, trying to sound more certain than I felt. Natalie nodded, clearly disappointed by my response. "Yeah, probably just an old house settling or something." We changed the subject after that, but I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. My mom, lingering in that house for over 30 years. It didn't make sense. If she was going to haunt anywhere, why wait until after Mark moved out? Why not make her presence known to her own children? That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about my mom, about how I never got to say goodbye, about how she never got to meet my two nieces, Mark's daughters, who were born years after she died. Mom had always wanted granddaughters. She had 4 grandsons before she passed, but she always said she wanted little girls to spoil. I finally drifted off around 3 in the morning. What happened next, I still can't explain. I had this dream, except it wasn't like any dream I've ever had. It was vivid, hyper-real. I was standing in the entryway of my childhood home, but it looked exactly as it does now, based on what Natalie had described. New paint, new furniture, but the same bones. My 4 siblings were there too, which was weird because we're rarely all in the same place anymore. Mark was standing by the stairs, looking exactly as he does now, balding and with that salt and pepper beard. My sisters, Kate and Julie, were sitting on the couch, and my brother Thomas was by the window. Even stranger, Mark's 2 daughters were there. My nieces Emma and Sarah, both in their 20s now. They never lived in that house. They never even saw it when it was our family home. None of us spoke. It was like we were waiting for something. And then the front door opened, and there was Mom. She looked exactly as I remembered her. Her dark hair cut in that bob she always wore, the reading glasses hanging from a chain around her neck, wearing her favorite blue cardigan. She wasn't ghostly or transparent. She looked solid, real, alive. "I've been waiting for you all," she said, smiling. Her voice, God, I hadn't heard her voice in over 30 years, but it was exactly right. That slight southern drawl she never lost, despite decades in the Midwest. Nobody seemed shocked or scared. It felt normal, like we'd arranged to meet her there. She went to Mark first, hugging him tight. "You've taken good care of them," she said. "And the house, thank you." Then Kate and Julie, both crying silently as Mom embraced them. Thomas, always the stoic one, broke down when she touched his face. "My sweet boy," she said. "You've grown into such a good man." Then she turned to me. I could smell her perfume, lily of the valley, the only kind she ever wore. She cupped my face in her hands, and they felt warm and solid. "Emily," she said. "My baby, I'm so sorry I left so suddenly." I couldn't speak. I just hugged her, feeling her arms around me, smelling her perfume, hearing her heartbeat. It wasn't like hugging a ghost. It was like hugging my mom. When she pulled away, she turned to Emma and Sarah, who were standing awkwardly by the fireplace. They'd never met their grandmother, only knew her from photos. "And these must be my granddaughters," Mom said, her face lighting up. Emma stepped forward first. "Hi, Grandma," she said tentatively. Mom embraced her, then Sarah. "I've been waiting so long to meet you," she told them. "You're even more beautiful than I imagined." Then something strange happened. Everyone else kind of faded, not disappeared, just became less substantial, like they were moving to the background of the dream. Mom took my hand and led me upstairs to what had been her and Dad's bedroom. We sat on the edge of the bed. The new bed, not the one that had been there when I was a kid. "I've been waiting," Mom said softly. "Waiting for what?" I asked. "For this. For a chance to say goodbye properly. For a chance to meet my granddaughters." I started crying then. "Why didn't you come to us before? Why wait 30 years? She brushed a tear from my cheek. "I tried, baby, but it's not easy, crossing over like this. And I was confused for a long time. When you die suddenly, it's disorienting. Part of me didn't know I was gone. Part of me was still waiting for you kids to come home from school, for your father to come up from the basement. Time moves differently where I am. Are you?" I struggled to find the words. "Are you stuck here, in the house?" She shook her head. "Not stuck, exactly. Attached. This is where my life was, where my heart was." I thought about what Natalie had said, about feeling watched, about things moving. "Have you been scaring the new owners?" I asked. Mom looked embarrassed. "Not intentionally. I watch them sometimes. I get curious, and sometimes I move things without meaning to. It's hard to control." We sat in silence for a moment, holding hands. Her hand in mine felt so real. "It's not your house anymore, Mom," I said gently. "You've met Emma and Sarah now. You've said goodbye to us. Maybe it's time to move on, to go wherever Dad is." She smiled, a little sadly. "You're right. I think I've been holding on too long. I just needed to see you all together one more time." She stood up, pulling me with her, and led me back downstairs where everyone was waiting. One by one, she hugged us all again. "I love you," she said to each of us. "I'll always love you. But Emily's right. It's time for me to go." She walked to the front door and turned back one last time. "Be good to each other," she said. And then she opened the door and stepped out into a bright light that hadn't been there before. The door closed behind her. I woke up sobbing, the dream so vivid that for a moment I thought I could still smell her perfume in the air. The next day, I called each of my siblings to tell them about the dream. Here's the weird part. They all described having extremely vivid dreams about Mom the same night. Different dreams, but all involving Mom saying goodbye in some way. Even my nieces Emma and Sarah had dreamed about a grandmother they'd never met. I tried to convince myself it was just a strange coincidence. Maybe we'd all been thinking about Mom because of my conversation with Natalie. Maybe it was some kind of mass psychological thing. 2 months later, I ran into Natalie at the grocery store. After catching up for a few minutes, I hesitantly asked if anything strange had been happening at the house lately. She looked surprised. "It's the weirdest thing," she said. "Right after New Year's, everything just stopped. The feeling of being watched, the cold spot, the things moving around, it all disappeared overnight. The house feels lighter somehow, more peaceful." New Year's Eve was the night of our dreams. I never told Natalie about the dream, about my theory that my mother's spirit had been lingering in that house for decades before finally moving on. It sounds crazy, even to me, and I lived it. But sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can smell Lily of the Valley perfume, just for a moment. And instead of feeling scared, I feel comforted, like she's checking in, just passing through on her way to somewhere else, somewhere better. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I believe something happened that night. Something real. Something that brought peace not just to my mother's restless spirit, but to all of us who loved her and lost her too soon. Story 9. I never believed in ghosts, not even a little bit. I used to roll my eyes whenever Jessica would freak out about walking under ladders or breaking mirrors. That was just her thing, being superstitious, and I thought it was kind of cute. But after what happened in that house, I don't know what to believe anymore. It all started about 7 years ago when Jess and I bought our first home in upstate New York. We were so excited. Me, her, our teenage son from her previous relationship, and our 2 younger kids. A real family home with a yard and everything. The house wasn't anything fancy, just a standard 2-story built in the 1800s, 80s, but it was ours. I'd been working at this local music store downtown for about 3 years by then. The pay wasn't amazing, but I loved being around instruments all day, talking about bands, and the employee discount on vinyl was pretty sweet. There was this one regular customer who always caught my attention. He must have been in his 70s, with this wild white hair that stuck out in all directions and these intense blue eyes that seemed to look right through you. He'd come in maybe once a month to browse through our vintage records, but what really stood out was this weird necklace he always wore. It looked like it was made of small bones strung together. One afternoon, he came in while I was working the register. I'd had a few beers at lunch, something my boss didn't care about as long as I could still count change. And I felt brave enough to ask him about it. Cool necklace, man. What's it made of? He smiled at me, this weird knowing smile that made me feel like I was suddenly part of some secret club. Bones, he said simply. Animal bones. I collect them. No way, I laughed. Like real bones. Of course, he said, fingering the pieces around his neck. Mostly small animals, birds, rodents. I clean them myself. I don't know why, but I thought it would be funny to push it further. Ever find any human bones, like a skull or something? He didn't laugh. He just stared at me for a long moment, then said, "Would you like one?" I played along. "Sure, bring me a human skull next time you're in." I winked at him like it was all a big joke. About 3 weeks later, he came back to the store with a paper bag. He waited until there were no other customers around, then placed it on the counter in front of me. "Your request," he said simply. I opened the bag, expecting maybe a plastic Halloween decoration or something. Instead, I found myself staring at what looked like an actual human skull. It was smaller than I expected, yellowed with age, with a crack running along one side. I almost dropped it. "What the hell, man? Is this real?" My heart was racing. "Very real," he said. "Very old. It's been waiting for the right keeper." "I can't take this," I said, trying to hand the bag back to him. "This has to be illegal." "It's yours now," he said, backing away. "It chose you." Before I could argue, he was gone. I stood there holding this bag with what looked like a human skull inside, completely freaking out. I should have called the police right then. That would have been the smart thing to do. Instead, I panicked, shoved the bag under the counter and tried to forget about it until my shift ended. When I got home, Jessica was putting dinner on the table. I waited until the kids were in bed before I showed her what the old man had given me. She completely lost it. "Get that thing out of our house right now," she screamed, backing away from it like it was going to bite her. "That's someone's head, Daniel. Someone's actual head." I know, I said. "But what am I supposed to do with it? If I call the cops, they'll think I dug it up or something." We argued about it for hours. Jessica wanted it gone immediately, but I was worried about legal implications. What if it was evidence in some old crime? What if I got blamed for having it? In the end, I promised I'd figure something out, but until then, I wrapped it in an old t-shirt and hid it in a box in the basement behind some old amplifiers. And then, like an idiot, I kind of forgot about it. Work got busy, the kids had activities, and life just moved on. The skull sat in our basement, and slowly, things in our house started to change. It was subtle at first. Jessica's sister came to visit about a month later and stayed in the guest room next to our toddler son's room. In the morning, she mentioned something weird. "I saw you checking on Ethan last night," she told Jessica over coffee. "But why was that little girl with you?" Jessica froze. "What little girl?" Her sister looked confused. "The one holding your hand. She was wearing an old-fashioned dress. I figured she must be one of the neighbor's kids or something." We didn't have any neighbors with young girls, and there definitely hadn't been any child in our house that night. Jessica was freaked out, but I brushed it off as her sister being half asleep and seeing things. Then Jessica started having nightmares, terrible ones that made her wake up screaming about men hiding in our closet. She'd jump out of bed and start throwing open doors, searching for intruders that weren't there. Sometimes she wouldn't even remember these episodes in the morning. Our daughter Olivia turned 5 that year, and she started having problems too. She'd always been a good sleeper, but suddenly she was having night terrors and sleepwalking. One night I was working late at the store and Jessica called me in a complete panic. "Olivia's missing," she sobbed into the phone. I woke up because I felt something was wrong, and she's not in her bed. I told her to stay calm and check the rest of the house before calling the police. 5 minutes later, she called back. "I found her," she said, her voice shaking. "She's sitting in the living room in front of the TV." "Thank God," I said. "Is she okay?" "Daniel, the TV isn't on. She's just sitting there in the dark staring at the screen. She says she's watching her show and that she wants to go hang out with her friends outside. It's 3 in the morning. I left work immediately and rushed home. By the time I got there, Jessica had managed to get Olivia back to bed. Our daughter had no memory of it the next morning. Things escalated from there. Our teenage son, who'd been into horror movies and creepypasta stories online, decided to mess around with a Ouija board with his friends. After that night, he refused to sleep in his room and started camping out on the living room couch. When I finally got him to tell me what happened, he said he'd seen Jessica standing upright on her bed in the middle of the night, completely rigid, staring at nothing. He'd called out to her, but she didn't respond. Then she just laid back down as if nothing had happened. The thing is, Jessica had no memory of this, and she's not the type of person who would play a prank like that. We started hearing footsteps going up and down the stairs when no one was there. Sometimes we'd hear knocking inside the walls, like someone was trapped and trying to get out. The house felt heavy, like the air itself was pressing down on us. Our marriage couldn't handle the strain. Jessica became convinced the house was haunted, while I tried to find rational explanations. We fought constantly, and eventually she asked for a divorce. I didn't blame her. I wasn't exactly being supportive, and I was drinking more than I should have been. After we split up, Jessica decided she couldn't stay in the house anymore. She found an apartment across town and planned to take the kids with her. We hired a junk removal service to clear out the basement so we could sell the place. I completely forgot about the skull until the cleanup crew had finished. They'd emptied everything, old furniture, boxes, tools, everything. But when I went down to check their work, I realized with a sinking feeling that I hadn't seen them bring up the box with the skull. I searched the now empty basement myself, looking in every corner, but it was gone. The crew swore they'd removed everything and hadn't seen anything like a skull. It had just vanished. The day before Jessica and the kids moved out for good, Olivia wanted to say goodbye to her room. I was upstairs packing some last boxes when I heard her screaming. Not just crying, but the kind of scream that makes your blood run cold. I ran downstairs and found her on the front lawn, hyperventilating. "Something told me to get out," she sobbed when she could finally speak. I was in my room and it felt like something was watching me, and then I heard it in my head saying, "Leave now," over and over. "Daddy." I don't think it was using words. It was just in my head. I tried to comfort her, but she refused to go back inside, not even to get her favorite stuffed animal. Jessica had to come pick her up early. That was the last straw for me. I moved out the next day, leaving most of my stuff behind. I never found out what happened to that skull. I've looked into the history of the house since then, trying to find some explanation. There's no record of any deaths there, no tragic history at all. It was just a normal house built in the 1980s. I've never seen that old man with the bone necklace again. I've asked around at other shops in town, but no one seems to know who I'm talking about. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined him, but then I remember the skull and the fear in my daughter's eyes when she ran from that house. I don't know what was in our home or what it wanted. All I know is that Skull brought something with it, something that didn't want to leave. And sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if it's still there, waiting for the next family to move in. Or worse, if it somehow followed us out. Story 10. I still get goosebumps when I think about what happened to me when I was 11. It's been almost 15 years, but I can remember that night like it was yesterday. This is probably the first time I've told the full story to anyone outside my immediate family, because honestly, who'd believe me? So I grew up in this small town in upstate New York, like really small. The kind where everyone knows everyone's business and there's one pizza place that the whole town uses. My best friend at the time was Emma Walters, and her family had this amazing property that everyone called the compound. It wasn't anything fancy or official, just this collection of houses all owned by different branches of their family, set back on this private road surrounded by dense woods about 20 minutes outside town. Emma's mom invited me to stay with them for a week during summer break. I was beyond excited because the compound had this mystique about it. All these cousins living together, a little pond for swimming, trails through the woods. For a kid from a regular neighborhood with a single small backyard, it seemed magical. The first few days were exactly what you'd expect. Swimming, catching frogs, playing hide and seek with Emma's cousins. The property had 3 main houses and 2 smaller cabins, all arranged in this rough semicircle facing a clearing where they'd set up picnic tables and a fire pit. Emma's grandparents lived in the main house, which was this big old farmhouse that had been there since like the 1920s. Nothing weird happened at first. We were just having the perfect summer vacation. Emma's mom let us stay up late. We stuffed ourselves with s'mores and spent hours playing in the woods. Normal kid stuff. Then came Friday night. The whole family had this tradition of gathering for a bonfire on Fridays, and that night they decided to tell ghost stories. Looking back, I guess that's what got my imagination going, but I swear what happened next wasn't my imagination. It was getting dark, that kind of summer dusk where the sky's still a little blue, but the woods are already pitch black. There were maybe 15 of us around the fire. Emma's parents, her grandparents, 2 uncles with their wives and kids, and me. Her Uncle Mike was in the middle of telling this story about a hitchhiker who disappears when you reach your destination. You know, classic campfire stuff. That's when I first heard it. At first, I thought it was just the wind in the trees or maybe an animal, but there was this distinct sound coming from the woods, like someone walking just beyond where our eyes could see. Crunch, 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 then silence, then crunch, crunch again, like footsteps moving around the perimeter of the clearing. I kept looking over, but nobody else seemed to notice. The fire was crackling, everyone was laughing at the right parts of the story, and I figured maybe I was just being jumpy because of the ghost stories. But then the sound stopped, and I don't know how to describe it except that I felt watched. I glanced up at the houses, and that's when I saw it. In the second floor window of the grandparents' house, the one that was supposed to be empty because everyone was at the bonfire, there was a figure just standing there looking down at us, at me specifically. I'm certain it was looking right at me. It wasn't clear enough to make out features, just this dark silhouette against the darkness inside, but it was definitely person-shaped and definitely watching. "Look," I said, pointing up at the window. "There's someone in the house." Everyone turned, but by the time they looked, the figure was gone, just vanished. Emma's grandfather laughed. "You've been listening to too many ghost stories, Olivia." Her mom was a little kinder. "The windows can look weird with the firelight reflecting off them. It was probably just a shadow." But it wasn't. I know what I saw. The rest of the evening, I couldn't focus on anything else. I kept staring at that window, waiting for the figure to return, but it didn't. When it was time for bed, I was actually relieved to go inside. Emma and I were sleeping in one of the smaller houses, the one her aunt and uncle used when they visited but was empty that weekend. As we got ready for bed, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. "Emma," I whispered as we were lying in the twin beds in her cousin's room, "I really did see someone in that window." There was a long silence, and for a second I thought she'd fallen asleep. Then she whispered back, "I saw it too." I sat bolt upright. "You did?" She nodded in the darkness. I could barely make out her face in the moonlight coming through the curtains. I didn't want to say anything because my grandpa hates when we talk about stuff like that. Like what? I asked, my heart pounding. Emma hesitated. Weird stuff that happens here sometimes. She wouldn't say more that night, just told me to go to sleep and that we'd talk in the morning, but I barely slept a wink. The window in our room faced the woods, and all night I heard those same footsteps, crunch, 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 circling the house. At one point I swear I saw a shadow pass by our window, but I was too terrified to get up and look. The next morning I tried to get Emma to tell me what she meant about weird stuff, but her mom was around and Emma just shook her head slightly, like she didn't want to talk about it in front of her. I noticed the adults were all acting normal, laughing and making pancakes like nothing had happened. Maybe nothing had happened for them. After breakfast, Emma and I went down to the pond. It was a hot day, but the water felt ice cold, even though it was July. When we were sure we were alone, I asked her again. "My cousin Tyler saw it first," she said, picking at the grass by the water's edge. "Like 3 years ago. He was staying in the room we slept in last night, and he said he woke up and there was someone standing at the foot of his bed, just watching him." "What did he do?" I asked, getting chills despite the summer heat. "He screamed and his parents came running, but there was nobody there. They said it was just a nightmare." Emma looked up at me. "But then my other cousin Maddie saw it too, in the main house, and my Aunt Laura. But whenever anyone mentions it, the grown-ups get mad and say we're making things up." "But what is it?" I whispered. Emma shrugged. "Nobody knows. Tyler thinks it's a ghost. Grandpa built these houses on old farmland. Maybe someone who used to live here." I looked back toward the houses, squinting in the sunlight. They looked so normal and peaceful in the daylight. "Has it ever done anything besides watch?" "Not really," Emma said. "It just shows up sometimes. Watches people." Tyler said once he found all the kitchen cabinet doors open in the morning when everyone swore they were closed the night before. But mostly it just watches. I remember feeling this cold knot in my stomach. "I don't think I want to stay another night." Emma looked relieved. "We can tell my mom you're homesick." And that's what we did. Emma's mom was super nice about it, called my parents and arranged for them to pick me up that afternoon. I felt guilty about cutting the visit short, but also desperate to leave. As we packed up my stuff, I kept looking out the windows, expecting to see that figure standing in the trees, but there was nothing. My parents arrived around 4 o'clock. As we were loading my bag into the car, I glanced up at the main house one last time. There, in the same window as the night before, was the figure, just for a second, and then it was gone. I froze but didn't say anything. I didn't want my parents or Emma's family to think I was crazy. Emma hugged me goodbye. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I should have warned you." I never went back to the compound after that. Emma and I stayed friends for a while, but she never brought up what happened, and neither did I. Her family moved away a couple years later when her dad got a job in another state. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but it wasn't. About a month after my visit, I was alone in my room doing homework when I got that same feeling, that sensation of being watched. I looked up, and there in my bedroom doorway was a dark silhouette, just standing there. I screamed and my mom came running, but by the time she got there, it was gone. That was the first of many. Throughout my teenage years, I'd spot that same figure, sometimes in my house, sometimes at school, sometimes just out of the corner of my eye when I was walking home. Never clear enough to make out details, always vanishing when I tried to get a better look or when I called someone else's attention to it. I've tried talking to my parents, to friends, even to a therapist once. They all have the same reaction Emma's family did. It's my imagination, it's stress, it's the power of suggestion. But I know what I've seen. The last time was just 3 days ago. I was in my apartment making dinner when I felt that familiar sensation crawling up my spine. I turned around, and there it was, standing in the hallway leading to my bedroom. This time, I didn't scream or run. I just stared back at it, and for the first time, I got the sense it was trying to communicate something. Then my phone rang, breaking the moment, and when I looked back, it was gone. I don't know what it wants or why it first appeared to me at Emma's family compound. I don't know why it's followed me all these years or if it will ever stop. All I know is that it's real, it's persistent, and sometimes late at night, I still hear those footsteps, crunch, 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 circling my apartment, even though I live on the 5th floor. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I've given up on that. But if you've ever experienced something similar, something that follows you from place to place, something that watches, just know you're not alone. And if you ever find yourself in a family compound in upstate New York listening to ghost stories around a bonfire, don't look up at the windows. Whatever you do, don't look up. Story 11. I never believed in the paranormal until I lived it. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened in that house, but I can't explain it away anymore. Maybe writing this all down will help me process it. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. We moved to Millhaven when I was 6. It's a small coastal town where everybody knows everybody. My mum, Elaine, thought it would be a good place for us to start fresh after my parents split up. The house she found was this massive old Victorian, all creaky floorboards and weird drafts. It was technically a good deal for the size, but from the moment we pulled into the driveway, something felt off about it. I remember standing on the porch while Mom fumbled with the keys, and I had this overwhelming urge to run back to the car. When she finally got the door open, the air inside felt heavy, like walking through water. Mom didn't notice. She was too excited about the bay windows and the original woodwork. But that first night, I made her check under my bed 3 times before I could fall asleep. For months, I'd put myself to sleep by whispering, "There's no such thing as monsters," over and over. It was like my protective spell. Mom thought it was just the stress of moving and starting a new school. But it was more than that. The house just never felt welcoming. When I was 8, my brother Connor was born. Mom and Dad had briefly reconciled, but by Connor's first birthday, Dad was gone again. Connor was this chubby, happy baby who never gave Mom any trouble until he turned 3 and moved into my old bedroom. I'd upgraded to the bigger room across the hall, and Connor got my old room with the sloped ceiling and the window seat. The first night he slept there, we woke up to screaming like I'd never heard before. Not typical toddler nightmares. This was pure terror. Mom ran in and found him huddled in the corner of his bed, pointing to the opposite corner of the room, screaming about the fireman. He kept saying there was a man trying to light the room on fire. Nothing we said could convince him otherwise. The only thing that would calm him down was this British kids show called Fireman Sam. Mom would play it on her phone, and he'd gradually stop shaking. It became a routine. Connor would wake up screaming about the fireman, and Mom would play Fireman Sam until he fell back asleep. Sometimes she'd bring him to her room, but even there he'd have these episodes. He'd sit bolt upright in bed and start screaming about someone in the corner of the room. Other times, he'd jump out of bed and start brushing at his legs, insisting there were bugs crawling all over him. Mom took him to doctors who said it was just night terrors and he'd grow out of it. We all dismissed it as an overactive imagination. I mean, what else could it be? Kids have nightmares, right? Connor was otherwise completely normal. A typical little kid who liked dinosaurs and refused to eat anything green. But then, when I was 13 and Connor was 5, things changed. I woke up one morning to find Mom sitting at the kitchen table, looking like she hadn't slept. Her coffee had gone cold, and she was just staring out the window. When I asked what was wrong, she hesitated, like she wasn't sure if she should tell me. "Something weird happened last night," she finally said. Her voice was shaky. I was falling asleep, almost there, but not quite, and then I heard breathing, right in my ear. She said at first she thought it was Connor. She'd been half asleep and reached out thinking he'd crawled into bed with her. But then she remembered Connor was at Dad's for the weekend. She jumped up and turned on the light, but the room was empty. I tried to brush it off, suggested maybe it was the heating system or something, but Mom seemed genuinely rattled. That day she bought sage and burned it in her bedroom. She said she'd get more to do the rest of the house later. The next morning, I woke up with tonsillitis. My throat felt like I'd swallowed broken glass and I had a fever. Mom called into work and said she'd be late, made me some tea with honey, and set me up with my laptop before heading out. I was propped up in bed playing The Sims, trying to distract myself from how awful I felt. It was around 10 in the morning, bright daylight streaming through my window. Suddenly, I felt this weird pressure around my head, like when you dive underwater in a pool and your ears plug up. The sounds from my laptop became muffled, and then I heard it. Deep, rhythmic breathing directly in my right ear. It wasn't threatening or angry, just steady breathing, like someone was lying right next to me. I could feel the warmth of it against my skin. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It felt like forever, but it was probably only a few seconds before I bolted out of bed, grabbed my phone, and ran downstairs. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial Mom's number. "Someone's in the house," I sobbed when she answered. She called our neighbor, Mr. Peterson, who came over right away and checked every room, closet, and under every bed. He found nothing, no signs of a break-in, no one hiding anywhere. I refused to go back upstairs until Mom came home. When she finally got there, I made her check the house again. We even looked in the attic access in the hallway ceiling, but there was nothing. Mom suggested it might have been because of my fever, but I knew what I heard. It wasn't a hallucination. That night, I slept in Mom's room. Neither of us mentioned it, but we both kept the lights on until morning. The next day, I still had tonsillitis, so I stayed home again. Mom had to work, but she made me promise to call if anything happened. I set myself up downstairs with my laptop and a blanket, determined not to go back to my room. But around noon, I needed to charge my laptop. The charger was upstairs in my room and my laptop was about to die. I stood at the bottom of the stairs for a good 5 minutes, working up the courage to go up. Finally, I took a deep breath and ran up, planning to grab the charger and get out as fast as possible. I pushed open my bedroom door, and immediately that pressure was back. The underwater feeling, the muffled sounds, and then the breathing, right in my ear again. This time I didn't panic. I don't know why. Maybe I was too tired from being sick, or maybe some part of me knew running wouldn't help. I said very calmly, Okay, I'm going to go downstairs now." I grabbed my charger and my school backpack, making sure I had everything I might need. I didn't run this time, but walked steadily out, closing the door behind me. I told Mom as soon as she got home. This time she believed me immediately. She went out and bought more sage, along with salt and some other herbs I didn't recognize. She walked through every room of the house, burning the sage and reciting something under her breath. She paid special attention to the corners of Connor's room and mine. The house smelled like a hippie shop for days, but I have to admit things felt lighter afterward. Connor's night terrors became less frequent. I started sleeping in my own room again, though always with the lights on. A few weeks later, my grandmother gave me this heat-resistant mug she'd found at a craft fair. I was making tea one evening, and Mom asked me if I was still scared to go upstairs. "Not really," I said, pouring hot water into the mug. "I think the ghosts are gone." The instant those words left my mouth, my brand new mug shattered. It didn't just crack, it exploded into tiny pieces all over the counter and floor. The water wasn't even that hot, and the mug was supposed to be heat-resistant. Mom and I just stared at each other, not saying a word as we cleaned up the mess. We lived in that house for 2 more years before Mom got a job offer in another town. We moved away when I was 15, and honestly, it felt like escaping. Connor stopped having night terrors completely in the new house. It wasn't until years later, when I was home from college for Thanksgiving, that Mom told me something that made everything click into place. We were having wine after dinner. Connor was playing video games in the other room, and somehow we got onto the topic of the old house. You know, Mom said, refilling her glass. I never told you this, but I'd been in that house before we moved there. She explained that when she was a teenager, she and her friends had broken into the house when it was abandoned. They'd brought a Ouija board thinking it would be fun to mess around in the empty house. They'd asked if any spirits were present, and the planchette had moved violently across the board. We all freaked out and ran, she said. We convinced ourselves one of us was pushing it. Mom looked down at her wine. I never made the connection until we were already living there. By then it seemed too late to say anything. I was speechless. All those years, all those terrifying experiences, and Mom had potentially been the one who invited whatever it was into that house decades before we ever moved in. The breathing entity that had terrified 3 generations of our family had been there because of her. I've tried researching the history of the house since then. There were no recorded deaths there, no tragic fires despite Connor's fireman. I still don't know what was in that house or why it chose to make itself known to us the way it did. I don't know if it's still there, breathing next to whoever lives in my old bedroom now. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I still catch myself whispering, "There's no such thing as monsters, just in case." Story 12. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. To be honest, I'm not sure anyone would believe me anyway. But after all these years, I still can't explain what happened at the Sugar Hill Library, and I need to get this off my chest. It was fall of 1998, and I was a sophomore at Ripley High School in Tennessee. I wasn't exactly Mr. Popular. I was in the marching band, played clarinet, and generally kept to myself. My best friend Matt was in the band too, and we usually hung out after school while waiting for our mums to pick us up. That particular day in October, Matt was out sick with some kind of stomach bug. I remember because we had a big band competition that weekend, and I was worried he wouldn't recover in time. After final period, I was standing outside the school wondering how I'd get home when a tan Buick pulled up. It was Mrs. Peterson, Matt's mom. She rolled down the window and called out to me, "William, Matt told me you might need a ride. I'm heading to the library for my shift. You're welcome to hang out there until your mom's done with work." Mrs. Peterson ran the Sugar Hill Library, this old converted plantation house at the edge of town. I'd only been there a couple times before. It was this massive white 2-story building with big columns out front. You know, typical old Southern mansion style. I knew my mum wouldn't be done with her nursing shift for another few hours, so I accepted the ride. "Thanks, Mrs. Peterson. That would be great." The ride to the library was quiet. Mrs. Peterson asked about school and band practice, but I could tell she was distracted. When we pulled up to the library, I was struck again by how imposing the place was. The afternoon sun was getting lower, casting long shadows across the front lawn. The windows seemed to stare down at me. "You can use the children's room in the back," Mrs. Peterson said as we walked in. "It's usually empty this time of day. Just keep the noise down, okay? I'll be at the front desk if you need anything." The library was pretty dead that afternoon. A couple of elderly people browsing the periodicals, a mom with a toddler checking out picture books. The inside of the building maintained a lot of its original character: high ceilings, ornate crown molding, dark wooden floors that creaked under your feet. But they'd added fluorescent lighting that buzzed constantly and modern shelving units that looked out of place against the antique backdrop. I made my way to the children's room at the back of the first floor. It was actually a nice space. Colorful rugs, beanbag chairs, and huge windows that let in plenty of natural light. I dropped my backpack, pulled out my history textbook, and settled in to knock out some homework. About 45 minutes passed. I was deep into reading about the Industrial Revolution when I heard it. This weird sound like wrapping paper being pulled from a roll, but slower and more deliberate. A long, drawn-out ripping noise. I looked up, glancing around the empty room. Nothing. Then I heard it again, definitely coming from above me. I knew the second floor existed, of course, but students weren't allowed up there. Mrs. Peterson had mentioned once that they kept archives and special collections upstairs, plus some administrative offices. The staircase leading up was roped off with a small staff-only sign hanging from a chain. The sound came again, followed by what I could swear was a child's giggle. Super faint, but unmistakable. I should have just ignored it, should have put my head down and kept reading. But I was 16 and curious, and the library was so quiet and empty that afternoon that I figured no one would notice if I just took a quick peek upstairs. I closed my textbook and crept out of the children's room. The main area of the library was still practically deserted. Mrs. Peterson was helping an old man at the front desk, her back to me. The staircase was at the far end of the main room, this grand, curved thing with an ornate wooden banister. I casually made my way over, trying to look like I was just browsing. When I reached the stairs, I glanced around quickly, then ducked under the chain. The stairs creaked under my weight, but the sound was masked by the general ambient noise of the library. I moved slowly, one step at a time, keeping my hand on the banister. The second-floor landing was just visible from where I stood, about 3/4 of the way up the stairs. It was dimmer up there. The lights seemed to be off except for what looked like a desk lamp glowing from somewhere out of sight. That's when it hit me. I was about 3/4 of the way up when this feeling washed over me. It's hard to describe, even now. It was like walking into a freezer, but the cold was emotional, not physical, an overwhelming sense of unease. More than that, an intense, palpable hatred directed straight at me. I froze mid-step. My heart started hammering in my chest. I couldn't see anyone, but I knew someone was there, watching me. Not just watching, loathing me with an intensity I'd never experienced before or since. It felt ancient and personal, like I'd done something unforgivable just by being there. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I swear the temperature dropped 10 degrees in an instant. The ripping sound came again, louder this time, followed by that same childlike giggle. But now it didn't sound innocent at all. It sounded wrong, malicious. I didn't even think. Pure instinct took over, and I turned and practically flew down those stairs. I tripped on the last few steps and caught myself on the banister, nearly falling flat on my face. I ducked back under the chain and walked quickly, trying not to run, back to the children's room, my face burning with fear and embarrassment. Once I was back in my chair, the feeling gradually subsided. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't hold my pencil. I kept glancing toward the doorway, half expecting to see someone, or something, standing there watching me, but there was nothing. When my mom finally picked me up an hour later, I was still on edge. I didn't tell her what happened. I didn't tell anyone. I mean, what would I say? I got scared by some bad vibes on a staircase. It sounded stupid even to me, but I never forgot that feeling, and I avoided the Sugar Hill Library like the plague after that day. Fast forward to 2013, 15 years later. I'd moved back to Ripley after college and was working for a local marketing firm. By some cosmic joke, the old Sugar Hill Library had been converted into the Lauderdale County Chamber of Commerce 2 years earlier, and my job regularly required me to drop off materials and meet with local business owners there. The first time I had to go back to that building, my palms were sweating the entire drive over. But I was an adult now, with adult responsibilities. I couldn't just avoid a building because it gave me the creeps as a teenager, so I sucked it up and went. For 2 years, I managed to conduct all my business on the first floor. I'd make excuses if anyone suggested meeting upstairs. Let's grab those comfortable chairs by the window. Or, the lighting's better down here for reviewing these mock-ups. No one questioned it. Then came the day in August 2015 when I couldn't avoid it anymore. Susan Whitaker, the head of the chamber, needed to review a major campaign proposal, and she insisted we meet in her office on the second floor. I sat in my car for a full 10 minutes before going in, giving myself a pep talk. "You're 29 years old, William. Get a grip." I finally gathered my courage and went inside. The building had been extensively renovated since its library days. The first floor was now an open-concept workspace with modern furniture and artwork, but they'd kept the original staircase, still grand, still creaking. As I approached it, my heart started racing just like it had when I was 16. One step at a time, I told myself. just business, nothing to be afraid of. I made it to the 3/4 mark, the exact spot where I'd felt that overwhelming sense of hatred years before. I hesitated, my hand gripping the banister so tightly my knuckles turned white. But nothing happened, no cold feeling, no sense of being watched. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and continued up. Susan's office was at the far end of the second floor, in what must have been the master bedroom of the original house. She greeted me warmly, and we got down to business. But throughout our meeting, I couldn't focus. My eyes kept darting to the doorway, and I flinched at every creak and groan of the old building. Finally, after we'd gone through the proposal, Susan set down her pen and looked at me curiously. "William, are you all right? You seem distracted." I hesitated. This was my chance to just nod, make an excuse about not sleeping well, and get the hell out of there. But something made me ask the question that had been burning in my mind for 15 years. "Susan, have you ever noticed anything strange about this building?" The change in her expression was immediate. She stopped writing mid-note, her pen hovering over the paper. She slowly put it down and leaned forward. "What do you mean by strange?" she asked quietly. "I don't know. Unexplained things, noises, feelings." Susan was silent for a long moment, studying me. Then she sighed and stood up, walking over to close her office door. "I've worked here for 3 years," she said, sitting back down. "And yes, there have been incidents." She told me about coming in some mornings to find chairs moved from where they'd been the night before, about hearing distant laughter when she was working late alone. But the story that sent ice through my veins was about the tricycle. "It was about 6 months after we moved in," she said. "I was working late, around 8 o'clock. Everyone else had gone home. I heard this strange rhythmic sound coming from the main hall downstairs. When I went to investigate, there was an antique child's tricycle, one of the old metal ones with the big front wheel, rolling in circles by itself in the middle of the floor. Could it have been balanced just right?" I asked, trying to rationalize. Susan shook her head. "It was moving too purposefully, and William, we don't have a tricycle as part of our decor. I've never seen it before or since." She went on to tell me she'd researched the house's history after that incident. It was built in the late 1800s by a wealthy landowner named Harrison Whitfield, who had 2 daughters. The eldest daughter, Elizabeth, was apparently forced into a marriage with a man her father approved of, who would inherit the family fortune. "The story goes," Susan continued, lowering her voice, "that Elizabeth pushed her husband down these very stairs during an argument. He didn't die, but he was crippled for the rest of his life. He died years later under suspicious circumstances. Some say Elizabeth poisoned him." I felt sick as Susan continued with more recent incidents. The maintenance man quit after repeatedly finding his tools moved overnight. The receptionist refused to be the last one to leave after hearing someone call her name when she was alone. And during the renovation, the contractors reported problems with electrical equipment failing for no reason. "The worst was last winter," Susan said. "I came in one Monday morning and found my entire office floor covered in dead flies. Hundreds of them. The windows were all closed and sealed. There was no explanation for how they got in or why they all died in just my office." As she finished speaking, the temperature in the room seemed to drop, not dramatically, just enough to notice. The overhead lights flickered once, briefly. "Do you feel that?" I whispered. Susan nodded, her eyes wide. "It happens sometimes, like someone's listening." The ripping sound I'd heard as a teenager suddenly came from the hallway outside. That same slow, deliberate tearing noise. Susan's face went pale. "You hear that too?" she asked. Before I could answer, something heavy crashed in the hallway. We both jumped. Susan stood up and moved toward the door, but I grabbed her arm. "Don't," I said. But she pulled away and opened the door anyway. The hallway was empty, but a large picture frame that had been hanging on the wall was now lying on the floor, its glass shattered. The photograph inside, a black and white image of the building from the 1920s, was torn down the middle, as if someone had deliberately ripped it. Susan quickly closed the door again. "This is happening more frequently lately," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "It's like something's angry about the changes we've made to the building." We ended our meeting shortly after that. I practically ran down the stairs, not looking back. As I reached my car, I glanced up at the second-floor windows. For just a second, I thought I saw the silhouette of a woman standing in Susan's office window watching me. But when I blinked, there was nothing there. I still have to go to that building for work sometimes. I can't avoid it, but I never go alone, and I never stay after dark. And to this day, every time I walk past that staircase, I feel those eyes on me, filled with that same inexplicable hatred. Susan says she's looking for new offices for the chamber. I hope for her sake she finds them soon. Whatever dwells in the Sugar Hill building doesn't want to share its space, and I think its patience is wearing thin. Story 13. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at Oakwood Church when I was 10. It's been 15 years, and I've never told the full story to anyone except my therapist. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this out. Growing up in Millfield, population barely 2,000, there wasn't much to do except attend community events at Oakwood Church. The church itself was ancient, built in 1757 according to the cornerstone, with dark wooden beams and stained glass windows that filtered the sunlight into colored patterns on the floor. I loved that building, or at least I did until that night. My parents were super involved with the church, so I practically grew up in those halls. The main sanctuary was beautiful, but intimidating. The basement, though, was where all the kid stuff happened. Sunday school, youth group meetings, and the occasional lock-in sleepover. The basement had this weird layout with a main activity room, a small kitchen, bathrooms, and this tiny prayer room tucked away at the end of a dark hallway. That prayer room always gave me the creeps. It was tiny, just big enough for a single wooden pew and a small altar with a cross. The walls were painted a dull white that had yellowed over the decades, and there was a single stained glass window depicting Jesus praying in the garden. During the day, it wasn't so bad, just quiet and solemn. But at night, different story entirely. The rumors started in 3rd grade. Katie Peterson said she saw someone praying in there when no one was supposed to be inside. Other kids claimed they heard whispering when walking past. Tommy Reynolds swore he saw the door open and close by itself. I never believed any of it. I was the skeptical kid who needed proof for everything. One Wednesday after youth group, I stayed behind to help Reverend Baker clean up. He was my favorite adult, kind, patient, and he never talked down to kids. While we were stacking chairs, I finally got the courage to ask him about the prayer room rumors. "Reverend Baker, is the prayer room haunted?" He paused, which was weird because adults usually laugh off these questions. Instead, he got this thoughtful look on his face. "Why do you ask, Lily?" he said, setting down the chair he was holding. I shrugged. "The other kids say they've seen stuff or heard things." He sat down next to me, which made me feel like what I was asking mattered. "I've been pastor here for 22 years, he said quietly. "And there was one time, very late at night, when I came down to get some papers I'd left in my office. I walked past the prayer room and saw someone inside, kneeling at the altar. My eyes must have been huge. What did you do?" "I opened the door to check if someone needed help, but when I looked inside, no one was there." "Were you scared?" I whispered. He smiled gently. "No, Lily. Whoever or whatever it was seemed peaceful, just praying. In a church that's been here for over 200 years, I think it's comforting that someone might love this place enough to keep coming back." That conversation should have reassured me. Instead, it confirmed all the stories were true, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. The annual fall lock-in happened a few weeks later. About 20 kids from ages 8 to 12 spread sleeping bags across the youth room floor. We played games, ate too much pizza, and watched a movie on the projector screen. By 11, the chaperones, including my mom, were trying to settle us down for sleep. I pretended to fall asleep right away. Mom knew I was a good kid who never caused trouble, so she wasn't watching me particularly closely. Around midnight, when the room was filled with the sound of deep breathing and occasional snores, I opened my eyes. 3 adult chaperones were sitting at a table in the corner, talking quietly and playing cards. The exit to the hallway was on the opposite side of the room. My heart was pounding as I slowly slid out of my sleeping bag, wearing my sweatpants and t-shirt. I'd planned this carefully. I'd chosen a sleeping spot near the door, and I'd left my shoes off so I wouldn't make noise. Keeping low, I crawled between 2 sleeping kids and reached the door. The hallway was almost completely dark. There was just enough ambient light coming from the exit signs to see the general shape of the corridor. The prayer room was at the very end, about 30 feet away. I felt my way along the wall, my bare feet silent on the cold linoleum floor. That's when I heard it. A whisper. So faint I couldn't make out words, but definitely someone talking in a hushed, urgent tone. It was coming from the direction of the prayer room. I froze, suddenly questioning my brilliant plan. Part of me wanted to run back to my sleeping bag, but curiosity pushed me forward. Maybe it was just another kid who'd had the same idea. Maybe Katie or Tommy was trying to scare people. As I got closer to the prayer room, the whispering became clearer. Though I still couldn't understand the words, it sounded like someone praying intensely, the rise and fall of desperate pleading, punctuated by moments of silence. The hallway felt colder the closer I got to the prayer room, not just cool, but a bone-deep chill that made my skin prickle. I wrapped my arms around myself, wishing I'd brought my hoodie. When I finally reached the prayer room door, I put my hand on the knob and tried to turn it. Locked. Of course it was locked. Why would they leave a room open during a lock-in? But the whispering was definitely coming from inside. The door had a small rectangular window at about my eye level. I had to gather my courage before looking through it, my breath fogging the glass as I leaned closer. What I saw will haunt me forever. Kneeling at the altar was a figure, human-shaped but wrong somehow. It was translucent, like smoke given form. I could see the altar through it. The figure wore old-fashioned clothes, not like costume party old, but genuinely from another time. A long dress or maybe a robe. Its back was to me, head bowed in prayer. The weirdest part was the light. There shouldn't have been any light in that room. It was midnight and the room had no lights on. But there was a faint, bluish glow around the figure, illuminating just enough of the room for me to make out details I wish I couldn't see. The figure's hands were clasped in prayer, but they looked too long, the fingers stretched like they'd been pulled. Its head was bowed so low it almost touched the altar, and there was something not right about the proportions. The shoulders too narrow, the neck too long. I must have made some small sound of terror, because suddenly the whispering stopped. The silence was worse than the whispering had been. The figure didn't move for what felt like eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then, very slowly, it began to turn its head toward the door, toward me. I jerked back before I could see its face, my heart trying to explode out of my chest. I pressed myself against the wall next to the door, trying not to breathe or make any sound. I was convinced that if I looked through that window again and saw its face, something terrible would happen. After a few seconds of absolute terror, I gathered just enough courage to peek through the window again, tilting my head just enough to see inside with one eye. The room was empty. That's when panic took over. I wanted to scream but was terrified of making any noise. What if it heard me? What if it was now outside the room in the hallway with me? I couldn't see much in the darkness of the corridor. I ran, not back toward the youth room. I wasn't thinking clearly enough for that. I ran the wrong way, deeper into the basement, past storage rooms and the old boiler room. I ended up huddled in a corner behind some stacked chairs, shaking uncontrollably. I don't know how long I stayed there. Long enough that my panic began to subside and was replaced by a different fear, getting in trouble. If the adults found me missing, my parents would be furious. Somehow, That normal childhood fear gave me enough courage to start making my way back. I had to pass the prayer room again. As I approached, I pressed myself against the opposite wall, as far from the door as possible. The whispering had started again, but different now, faster, more urgent, almost angry. I ran past without looking, sure that the door would fly open and something would grab me, but nothing happened, and I made it back to the youth room, slipping inside and diving into my sleeping bag. I pulled it over my head and lay there, shaking until morning. I pretended to be sick the next day so I could go home early. My mom thought I was just overtired from staying up too late. I avoided the church basement for months after that. When I had to go down there for youth group, I'd make sure to stick with a group, and I'd never look toward the prayer room. But here's the thing that really messes with me. Sometimes, when I was down there, I'd feel like someone was watching me, and I'd get the distinct impression that whatever I'd seen that night knew who I was now. A few times, I tried to talk to Reverend Baker about it, but I could never get the words out. What if he thought I was making it up? What if he didn't believe me? 6 months after the incident, the church board decided to renovate the basement. They knocked down some walls to make the youth area bigger, and the prayer room was converted into a storage closet. I was secretly relieved. After the renovation, the whispering stopped. But sometimes, standing in that new storage closet, I'd feel a sudden cold spot, like walking through a freezer door. And once, when I was alone in there looking for craft supplies, all the shelves suddenly emptied themselves, boxes and papers flying across the room like they'd been pushed by invisible hands. I never went in there alone again. I'm 25 now, and I've moved away from Millfield. I visit my parents a few times a year, but I always find an excuse not to go to Oakwood Church with them. They think I've lost my faith, but that's not it at all. I believe more strongly than ever that there's more to our world than what we can see. I still don't know what I saw that night. Was it a ghost? A demon? Just the overactive imagination of a scared 10-year-old? But I know what I felt. The cold, the fear, the absolute certainty that I was in the presence of something not of this world. Sometimes I wake up in the night and think I hear whispering, even though I live alone in my apartment hundreds of miles from Millfield. When that happens, I turn on all the lights and check every room, every closet. I never find anything, but I still sleep with the lights on those nights. Story 14. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. It sounds completely insane when I say it out loud, but I swear every word is true. I need to tell someone because it's driving me crazy trying to figure this out on my own. Back in 2018, my mum gave me this cherry-stained wooden jewelry box for my birthday. Nothing fancy, just a standard 2-tier box with a little lock and key. I never thought much about it, honestly. It was useful for storing my grandfather's cufflinks, a couple watches I inherited, and some other sentimental stuff. For about 6 years, it was just a normal box sitting on my dresser. I live alone in a small house outside Willow Creek. It's pretty rural out here. My nearest neighbor is about half a mile down the road. I keep to myself mostly, which is why what's been happening is even more unexplainable. So last year, I decided to do a deep clean of my bedroom. I'm not usually super organized, but I was in one of those moods where you just want to sort everything out. I remember it was a Sunday morning in April. I emptied the entire jewelry box, wiped down both tiers with a damp cloth, and carefully inventoried everything as I put it back. I'm not rich or anything, just had maybe 15 items total, but they meant something to me. You know, my grandfather's pocket watch, my dad's class ring, a couple pairs of cufflinks, some tie clips, that sort of stuff. I specifically remember counting everything and making mental notes of what I had. I even took a photo of the open box with everything arranged neatly. I was proud of my organizing effort and wanted to remember how I'd arranged it all. Then I locked it up with the little key that I keep on my keychain. Fast forward exactly 1 week. I needed cufflinks for a work event, so I unlocked the box and immediately froze. Right on top of everything, stretched diagonally across the other items, was this Australian coin on a long, thin silver chain. The coin had Queen Victoria's profile on it and looked really old. I just stood there staring at it. My first thought was maybe I'd forgotten about it during my cleaning, but I knew I hadn't. I'd never owned anything like it, never been to Australia, had no connection to Queen Victoria or old coins, and I definitely would have remembered something so distinctive when I'd just meticulously organized everything days before. I checked the photo I'd taken during my cleaning. The coin necklace wasn't there. I checked the lock. No signs of tampering. No one else has a key. I don't have roommates. I hadn't had any visitors. I actually called my mom to ask if she'd somehow come by and left it as a surprise, but she lives 3 hours away and hadn't been to visit in months. I asked all my friends and family if they recognized it or had given it to me. Nothing. Nobody knew anything about it. I even considered the possibility of sleepwalking or doing something weird while on medication, but I don't take any meds that would cause that, and I've never had episodes of memory loss. Plus, where would I even get an Australian Victorian-era coin on a chain? There's no antique shops nearby, and I hadn't ordered anything online. After a few weeks, I just accepted that I had this weird coin necklace now. I kept it in the box, occasionally taking it out to examine it, wondering where the hell it came from. I half convinced myself maybe I'd bought it at some point and forgotten, though that made absolutely no sense. Then, nothing weird happened for over a year. The coin thing eventually faded to the back of my mind, becoming just one of those unexplained life mysteries. Until about 3 months ago, I was getting ready for a date, looking for a nice watch in my jewelry box. I unlocked it, opened the lid, and there it was. A heavy gold rope chain necklace, laid out in exactly the same diagonal pattern across my other jewelry as the coin had been. I'm not exaggerating when I say my knees went weak. I had to sit down on my bed and just stare at it. This wasn't some cheap-looking thing, it was substantial. Thick links, heavy in my hand when I finally worked up the nerve to touch it. It looked exactly like the kind of gold chain I'd always admired but could never afford. I've always wanted a nice gold chain, not something flashy or gaudy, but a solid, well-made piece. I'd even been browsing them online a few weeks earlier but couldn't justify the expense, and now here was one, somehow transported into my locked jewelry box. I checked everything again. The lock was intact, the house was secure, no one had been over. I compared it to the photo I still had from my original cleaning, and compared its position to how I remembered finding the coin necklace. The placement was identical, stretched diagonally from the top left to bottom right corner of the box's interior. This time I was even more freaked out because the necklace was exactly my style, not something random like an old coin, but something I actually wanted, something I'd been looking at online. It was like someone had read my mind. I decided to wear it. I know that sounds crazy, but I figured if it was somehow meant for me, I'd wear it. It felt substantial around my neck. Way heavier than any jewelry I'd owned before. It looked expensive. People noticed it immediately. My date that night complimented it within seconds of seeing me. A co-worker the next day suggested I get it tested to see if it was real gold because it looks too nice to be fake. My buddy Dave, who works at a pawn shop, casually mentioned it must have set me back at least $1,000. The weird thing is, it never tarnishes. I've worn it swimming in the shower while working out. Nothing affects it. It always looks brand new. I've been wearing it daily for 3 months now. So here's where I am. I have a jewelry box that twice now has mysteriously produced items that weren't there before. Both appeared in the exact same position. Both are things I never purchased. The second item is something I actively wanted but couldn't afford. I've considered every rational explanation. Break-ins, nothing else in my house has ever been disturbed, and who breaks in to leave valuables? Secret admirer. No one has the key, and again, who leaves expensive gifts without taking credit? Forgotten purchases? Impossible. I keep meticulous financial records, and I've never spent money on anything like these items. The only explanation that makes any sense to me, and I know how insane this sounds, is that my jewelry box is somehow connected to somewhere else. Some kind of portal or gateway that only works for jewelry items. I've started checking the box every single day now. Nothing new has appeared since the gold chain, but I'm convinced it's just a matter of time. Part of me is terrified, but another part is curious. Where are these things coming from? Is someone or something choosing items specifically for me? Why is it happening? I've never asked for anything specific from whatever this gateway is. I've never spoken to the box or written down wishes or anything weird like that. These gifts just appear, unprompted and unexpected. Last week I did something I probably shouldn't have. I left a note in the box that said thank you. Nothing has happened since, but sometimes I swear I can feel the box humming slightly when I put my hand on it, a subtle vibration that wasn't there before. I haven't told anyone about this until now. I mean, how do you explain to people that you have a magical jewelry box that gives you things? They'd think I was lying or losing my mind. Maybe I am. But the gold chain is real. I can touch it. Other people can see it. The Australian coin is real too. I researched it, and it's an authentic Queen Victoria Australian sovereign from 1887. Sometimes at night, I sit and stare at the box, wondering what's on the other side. Is it another person with a similar box? Some kind of interdimensional lost and found, a glitch in reality? I've read about strange phenomena, but nothing quite like this. I considered getting rid of the box, but I'm afraid to now. What if it's connected to me somehow? What if discarding it would have consequences? Plus, if I'm being completely honest, I'm curious to see what might appear next. For now, I keep the box locked, check it daily, and wear my inexplicable gold chain. I've started taking daily photos of the contents, so I'll know immediately if something new appears. I'm half terrified, half excited every time I turn the key. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? A portal that only transports specific types of objects? Items appearing that you never purchased but somehow connect to your desires or interests? I feel like I'm living in a weird Twilight Zone episode, but the weight of this gold chain around my neck is undeniably real. I don't know what's happening or why it's happening to me. All I know is that somewhere, through some inexplicable tear in reality, my ordinary cherry-stained jewelry box connects to something else. And whatever that something else is, it seems to know me better than I know myself. Story 15. I've never told this story in full detail before. I guess I've been afraid people would think I'm crazy or making it up. I'm not. What happened that night at my grandparents' house still messes with my head, even though I've tried to rationalize it a million times. Some background: I was 17 and going through hell at home. My mom was an alcoholic, the kind that starts drinking at noon and doesn't stop until she passes out. When she drank, she became a different person. Sometimes she'd scream at me for hours over nothing. Sometimes she'd get physical. I learned to stay out of her way, to become invisible in my own house. We lived in this small rental home in a town where everyone knows your business. The house always felt wrong, like it was soaked in negative energy. I know that sounds dramatic, but there's no other way to describe it. The air felt heavy, like something was pressing down on me all the time. Weird shit started happening pretty early after we moved in. I'd hear voices when nobody was home. Not clear conversations, more like whispers just at the edge of hearing. I'd wake up with unexplained scratches on my arms and legs. My dreams became so vivid and terrifying that I started avoiding sleep altogether. My therapist said it was anxiety manifesting physically. My doctor suggested it might be stress-induced sleep disturbances. Both made sense. I was diagnosed with depression, anxiety, PTSD, and borderline personality disorder. When you're mentally ill, people tend to dismiss your experiences as symptoms. Maybe they were right. I don't know. What I do know is what happened at my grandparents' house that night. I used to stay with them whenever things got too intense at home. They lived about 20 minutes away, in the house where I'd spent my early childhood years. It was my safe place. My room there had stayed the same since I was 10. Same blue walls, same bookshelf full of kids' books, same bed with the squeaky spring in the left corner. That night started normally enough. I'd shown up at their door around 8 in the evening after Mom had started on her third bottle of wine. My grandmother made me a sandwich. My grandfather asked about school, and by 10, I was in my old bedroom, exhausted. The room had a small nightlight plugged into the wall opposite the bed, a habit from childhood I never grew out of. It cast enough light that I could see most of the room clearly, but dim enough that I could sleep. There was a tall metal floor lamp in the corner by the closet that had been there forever. I fell asleep almost immediately. I don't know how long I was out before it happened. I was violently shaken awake. Not like someone gently rousing you. This was aggressive, like the whole bed was being rattled. My first thought was earthquake, but we don't get those here. My second thought was that it was one of those falling sensations you get when drifting off to sleep, the ones that make your body jerk. So I grumbled, rolled over, and tried to go back to sleep. That's when I heard it. Snapping sounds, like someone repeatedly snapping their fingers, but sharper, more aggressive. The sound circled the bed, starting at the foot, moving to the right side, then to the head of the bed, then the left side, and back to the foot again. There was no rhythm to it, no pattern I could discern, just random sharp snaps that seemed to be moving around me. Here's the weird part. I wasn't scared, not at first. I was annoyed. When you've lived with the kind of shit I had, random snapping sounds don't register as terrifying. They register as one more thing keeping me from getting some goddamn sleep. Stop it, I muttered into my pillow and tried to drift off again. The second awakening was worse. This time, the bed didn't just shake, it moved, like someone had grabbed the frame and was rocking it back and forth. I sat up, fully awake now, heart pounding. The snapping sounds came back immediately, louder this time and seemingly closer to my head. I looked around the room. Thanks to the nightlight, I could see that I was alone. My grandparents' room was down the hall, and the house was dead silent except for those snapping sounds that continued to circle the bed. "What the fuck?" I whispered, not expecting an answer. None came. I checked my phone, 3:27 in the morning, too early to get up, too late to go wake my grandparents without seeming like a little kid afraid of the dark. So I laid back down, pulled the covers up to my chin and closed my eyes, determined to ignore whatever this was. I must have drifted off again because the third awakening was the worst by far. The bed was shaking so violently that items on my nightstand were rattling, and this time, sitting up didn't make it stop. The bed continued to shake beneath me as I sat there, fully upright, fully awake, watching my water glass dance across the wooden surface of the nightstand. The snapping was everywhere now, not circling, but filling the room, coming from the ceiling, the corners, under the bed, all at once. It was so loud it sounded like dozens of people rapidly snapping their fingers right next to my ears. That's when I got pissed, not scared, pissed. I was tired, I was stressed, and now I couldn't even get one night of peaceful sleep in my safe place. "Enough!" I shouted, glaring around the room. "I am trying to sleep." As if in response, something, I don't know what, whizzed past the foot of my bed. It was too fast to see clearly, just a dark blur of movement. Whatever it was, struck the metal lamp in the corner with a loud clang that cut through even the snapping sounds. The lamp swayed, the metal pole visibly vibrating from the impact. The snapping stopped instantly. "Are you fucking kidding me?" I yelled at the empty room. "I have school tomorrow. I have to deal with my mom tomorrow. I just want to sleep. Leave me alone." Silence followed. Complete silence. The bed stopped shaking. The snapping didn't resume. I was so angry and tired that I just flopped back down, pulled the covers over my head and muttered, "I don't care if you're a ghost or a demon or whatever. Just let me sleep." And that was it. Nothing else happened for the rest of the night. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep and didn't wake up until my grandmother knocked on the door at 7:30. When I got up, the first thing I did was check around the lamp. Whatever had hit it had made a distinctly metallic sound, like a coin hitting metal. But there was nothing there. No coin, no rock, nothing that could have caused that noise. I examined the lamp itself. It was undamaged, but when I touched the pole, I noticed a small dent about halfway up that I'd never seen before. It was fresh. The metal around it still had a slight shine where the paint had been knocked off. I didn't tell my grandparents what happened. What would I say? Something invisible shook my bed and threw things at the lamp. They'd think I was having some kind of episode. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head. I've considered every explanation. Maybe it was a vivid dream, but I don't have dreams where I wake up multiple times, fully conscious, able to check my phone and see the room clearly. Maybe it was a hallucination from stress or lack of sleep. But I've had hallucinations before, and they've never involved physical sensations like the bed shaking. Maybe it was some kind of seizure or sleep disorder, but I've been tested for those, and the doctors found nothing. What doesn't make sense to me is the external force. In my lucid nightmares and sleep paralysis episodes, I'm the one who's frozen or terrified. I don't experience physical objects moving. I don't hear sounds that persist after I'm fully awake. And I definitely don't see things flying across the room and hitting other objects. The strangest part? After that night, the paranormal activity in my life actually decreased. The voices at home became less frequent. The scratches stopped appearing. My nightmares, while still present, became less intense. It's like whatever was following me had made one final dramatic attempt to get my attention, and when I yelled at it instead of cowering, it gave up. Or maybe it respected my boundaries. I don't know. That sounds ridiculous even to me. I still stay at my grandparents' house sometimes. I still sleep in that same room. Nothing like that has ever happened again, though occasionally I'll wake up with the feeling that I'm being watched. When that happens, I just say out loud, "I'm trying to sleep. We've been through this," and the feeling goes away. I've never found an explanation for what happened that night. Part of me doesn't want to, because if it wasn't my mental illness, if it wasn't a dream or a hallucination, then what was it? And why me? Sometimes I wonder if the house I grew up in with my mom had something attached to it, something that followed me to my grandparents' place that night. Maybe the negative energy from years of abuse and alcoholism had created something or attracted something. Or maybe it was something that had been in my grandparents' house all along, something from my childhood that I'd forgotten about. I'll probably never know. All I know is that it happened, as real as the keyboard I'm typing on right now, and sometimes, when I'm trying to fall asleep at night, I still listen for those snapping sounds, half expecting them to start circling my bed again. They never do. But sometimes I think I hear, just at the edge of hearing, a single snap, just one. Like something letting me know it's still there, still watching, but respecting my need for sleep. Story 16. I never really thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. It happened when I was 19, almost 6 years ago now, but I still get chills thinking about it. My mom and I had been living in this old trailer for about 3 years at that point. It wasn't much, but it was home. 2 bedrooms, a tiny bathroom, and a kitchen-living room combo. We didn't have much money after my dad left, so we took what we could get. The place was cheap for a reason, I guess. From the moment we moved in, weird stuff started happening. At first, it was just little things. My hairbrush wouldn't be where I left it, or Mom's coffee mug would suddenly be in a different cupboard. We joke about being forgetful, but deep down, I think we both knew something was off. Then it escalated. Doors started opening on their own. Not violently or anything dramatic like that. They'd just slowly swing open when they were definitely closed before. The first time it happened, I was alone studying for finals. My bedroom door had been closed because the heater in the living room made it too hot otherwise. I remember looking up from my textbook and watching in disbelief as the door just opened. No draft, no nothing. Just opened like someone had pushed it. I told my mom, and she admitted she'd experienced the same thing with the bathroom door. After that, we started noticing it more and more. The cabinet doors in the kitchen would be open in the morning when we were sure we'd closed them the night before. The front door would be unlocked when we both swore we'd locked it. It was freaky, but honestly, after a few months it mostly stopped, or we got used to it, I don't know. The activity seemed to die down unless we had friends over. Then it was like whatever was in the house wanted to show off or something. So fast forward to that day, my friend Melissa had come over to help me redecorate my bedroom. I'd been wanting to paint it for ages. The previous owners had this awful floral wallpaper that was peeling at the corners and yellowed with age. Mom finally said I could paint it whatever color I wanted as long as I did the work myself. Melissa and I had been scraping wallpaper for hours. My arms were aching and the floor was covered in these gross, sticky wallpaper strips. We were playing music from my laptop and talking about the upcoming school year. We were both starting community college in the fall. We were in the middle of debating which professors to avoid when my bedroom door, which I definitely closed to keep the mess contained, suddenly swung open. Not just a little, but wide open, like someone had pushed it with purpose. Melissa froze, scraper in hand, eyes wide. What the hell was that? I laughed it off, trying to sound casual, even though my heart was racing. Oh, that happens sometimes. The place is kind of haunted. What? She looked at me like I was insane. You live in a haunted trailer and you never thought to mention it? It's not a big deal, I shrugged, trying to play it cool. They never hurt anyone. They just like to open doors and move stuff around, especially when there are visitors. As if on cue, the door slowly closed, then opened again, then closed. It was like whatever was there was putting on a show. Melissa dropped her scraper. Nope, I need a break, right now. I was hungry anyway, so we headed to the kitchen. The weird thing was, as we left my bedroom, I swear I felt something brush past me, like when you walk through a cobweb, but all over my body. I shivered but didn't say anything. I didn't want to freak Melissa out more than she already was. In the kitchen, we started rummaging through the cupboards. Mom wasn't home. She worked double shifts as a nurse on Saturdays, so we had the place to ourselves. I was digging through the fridge when I heard Melissa say something that made my blood run cold. "You know what?" she said, holding up her wallpaper scraper that she'd brought with her from my room. "If one of your ghosts tries to attack me, I'll cut it." She made a slashing motion with the scraper, its metal edge catching the light. I turned around so fast I knocked over a bottle of ketchup. "Don't say that. Don't ever threaten them." "Why not? You said they don't hurt anyone." She was smirking, like this was all a big joke. "They don't, but that doesn't mean you should provoke them." I felt genuinely scared now. The air in the kitchen seemed to get heavier, colder. "Just put the scraper down and help me make some sandwiches, okay?" Melissa rolled her eyes but set the scraper on the counter. "Fine, you're being dramatic." Maybe I was. Maybe I'd built up these entities in my head to be more powerful than they were. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed in the atmosphere of the trailer. It felt watchful, angry. We made peanut butter sandwiches and ate them standing at the counter. I was washing our plates in the sink when it happened. It started as a warm sensation on my right forearm, like someone had pressed a heating pad against my skin. Not unpleasant at first, just strange. I glanced down, confused. The warmth quickly turned into a burning sensation. Not like touching a hot stove, more like the burn you get from a deep paper cut, but multiplied by 10. I dropped the plate I was washing and yanked up my sleeve. There on my arm were several deep scratch marks. They weren't bleeding much, just little beads of blood forming along the red lines. But they burned, and they weren't random. They almost looked like they were trying to form letters or symbols, something I couldn't quite read. "What the fuck?" I gasped, turning on the cold water and shoving my arm underneath. Melissa came over, probably thinking I'd cut myself washing dishes. When she saw the scratches, her face went completely white. Did you do that to yourself?" she whispered. "No, it just happened, right now." The cold water helped with the burning, but not much. It felt like the scratches were getting deeper by the second. I turned to her, arm still under the water. "This is why you don't threaten ghosts." Melissa backed away, shaking her head. "That's not possible. There has to be an explanation." "Look at them," I said, pulling my arm out briefly to show her. "They weren't there 2 minutes ago. I didn't have any sharp objects. They just appeared." The scratches were an angry red now, raised like welts. They still seemed to form some kind of pattern. Not English letters exactly, but something deliberate, like a warning. Melissa started gathering her things. I think I should go. Are you serious? You're just going to leave? I couldn't believe it. My arm felt like it was on fire and my supposed friend was bailing. I'm sorry, Olivia, this is too weird for me. She was already heading for the door. Wait, I called after her. At least help me bandage this. She hesitated, then reluctantly came back. Together we went to the bathroom to find the first aid kit. As we were walking there, I heard a clatter from the kitchen. When we returned later, the wallpaper scraper was gone. We searched everywhere. Under the fridge, in the trash, in drawers, but it had vanished completely. I never found it again. In the bathroom, Melissa helped me clean the scratches with antiseptic. The burning was getting worse, spreading up my arm like poison. I'd never felt pain like that before. It wasn't just physical, it felt wrong somehow, like the pain was coming from somewhere beyond normal understanding. Do you think we should go to the hospital? Melissa asked, her voice shaking. I shook my head. And tell them what? That a ghost scratched me? They'll think I'm crazy or that I did it to myself. We wrapped my arm in gauze, winding it tightly. Somehow, the pressure helped with the pain. Not completely, but enough that I could think straight again. Melissa left soon after that. She promised to call me later to check in, but she never did. We barely spoke again after that day. I guess some friendships can't survive a supernatural attack. Mom came home around midnight and found me on the couch, arm bandaged, watching mindless TV to distract myself from the pain. When she asked what happened, I told her I scraped myself on a nail while removing wallpaper. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. She was already working herself to exhaustion to keep a roof over our heads. She didn't need to worry about malevolent spirits too. The burning sensation lasted for 3 days. When I finally unwrapped the bandages, the scratches had faded to thin white lines. They still formed that strange pattern, but they no longer hurt. They're still there today, faint but visible if you look closely. Sometimes they seem to shift slightly, like they're trying to rearrange themselves into something readable. We moved out of that trailer 3 months later. Mom said it was because we found a better place, but I think she knew something was wrong there. The night after the scratching incident, I heard her talking to someone in the kitchen when I knew she was alone. Her voice was stern, like she was laying down rules. After that, nothing supernatural happened again while we lived there. No doors opening, no objects moving, but sometimes I'll be washing dishes or taking a shower, and I'll feel that same warmth starting on my arm, right where the scratches are. It never develops into burning again. Just a gentle reminder that whatever scratched me is still out there. Watching. Waiting. I've tried researching what the symbols might mean, but I've never found anything conclusive. One psychic told me it was a protection mark. Another said it was a curse. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that I never threaten spirits anymore, and neither should you. Story 17. It was the summer before senior year. Me, Jake, and Chris had been hanging out pretty much every day since school let out. That particular night started like any other. We were at Chris's house playing video games until around 11 when his parents told us to keep it down. Instead of calling it a night, we decided to head outside. Our town is tiny, like 5,000 people tiny, with nothing but woods and mountains surrounding it. Most nights, we'd just walk around the neighborhood. But that night, Jake suggested we take the old logging road that cuts through Blackwood Ravine. It wasn't anything special, just a dirt path the timber company used when they were clearing sections of the forest. They'd finished logging that area earlier in the spring, so the road was pretty much abandoned. It was dark, but not pitch black. One of those clear summer nights where the moon gives you just enough light to see where you're stepping. We had our phone flashlights too, but we were trying to save battery. About 20 minutes into our walk, Chris pointed out this weird orange glow coming from somewhere deeper in the woods, past the logged area. Probably just some campers, Jake said, but there was something off about it. The light wasn't flickering like a campfire. It was steady, almost pulsing. "Let's check it out," I suggested, immediately regretting the words as they left my mouth. Something in my gut was telling me to turn around, but you know how it is when you're 17, you don't want to be the scared one. We veered off the logging road and started making our way through the cleared area. It was rough going, uneven ground with stumps and branches everywhere. Our phones were at like 15% battery, so we were using the flashlights sparingly. The orange glow seemed to be getting fainter, but we kept pushing forward. It took us about 30 minutes to cross the logged section, which was weird because it didn't look that big from the road. By the time we reached the edge, we were all out of breath and confused. The orange glow had disappeared completely. "This is stupid," Chris said, panting. "Let's head back." That's when we realized we were standing at the edge of a ravine. It wasn't massive, maybe 20 feet across, but it dropped down steeply, at least 30 feet to a small creek at the bottom. On the other side was the untouched forest, dense and dark. The logging company had cleared right up to the edge of the ravine but hadn't crossed it. We stood there catching our breath, and that's when I saw it. Between two massive pine trees on the other side of the ravine, something was standing perfectly still. At first, I thought it was just a dead tree, or maybe a trick of the moonlight, but then I focused on it and my blood went cold. It was shaped like a person, but wrong somehow. Tall and impossibly thin, with skin so pale it seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. I couldn't make out any features on its face, just a blank whiteness where a face should be. Its arms hung down past where its knees should have been, and it wasn't moving at all, not swaying, not breathing, just watching. "Guys," I whispered, my mouth suddenly dry. "Do you see that? Across the ravine?" Jake was standing right next to me, and I felt him tense up. "What the fuck is that?" he whispered back. Chris was a few feet behind us, looking at his phone. "See what?" he asked way too loudly. The thing didn't move, didn't react to Chris's voice. It just stood there between those trees watching us. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. It felt like if I turned my back on it, something terrible would happen. "There's someone over there," Jake said, his voice shaking. "Or something." Chris stepped up beside us. "I don't see anything. What are you guys?" That's when it happened. A sound cut through the night that I still can't properly describe. It was like a whistle, but deeper than any whistle should be able to go. It started low and rose in pitch until it was almost painfully high, then dropped again. The sound wasn't coming from across the ravine. It was right in our ears, like someone was standing right behind us, whistling directly into our heads. We didn't say a word. We didn't need to. All three of us turned and ran. I've never run so fast in my life. I was a decent track runner in high school, but that night I moved like someone possessed. We tore through the logged area, stumbling over roots and debris, not caring about the branches that whipped our faces or the holes we nearly fell into. None of us dared to look back. The strangest part, we reached the logging road in what felt like 2 minutes, even though it had taken us 30 minutes to cross it earlier. We didn't stop running until we reached Chris's driveway, where we all collapsed on the pavement, gasping for air. For several minutes, none of us spoke. We just lay there, our chests heaving, staring up at the stars. Finally, Chris broke the silence. "Did you guys hear that whistle?" he asked quietly. Jake and I both nodded. "But I didn't see anything across the ravine," Chris continued. "What did you guys see?" I opened my mouth to describe it, but the words wouldn't come. It was like my brain was refusing to process what I'd seen. "It was watching us," Jake finally said. "It knew we were there." We went inside after that and tried to act normal, but we were all shaken. We didn't talk about it that night. We just played video games with the volume turned up until we eventually fell asleep. The next morning, in the safety of daylight, we tried to discuss what happened. Chris still insisted he hadn't seen anything, but he had definitely heard the whistle. Jake and I compared what we'd seen, and our descriptions matched. The unnatural thinness, the two long arms, the blank face. We made a pact not to tell anyone else about it, partly because we knew no one would believe us, but mostly because talking about it made it feel more real. That night changed things between us. We stayed friends, but we never went walking after dark again. When school started back up, we were all jumpy and distracted. Jake started having panic attacks. Chris developed insomnia. I became obsessed with researching local folklore and missing persons cases. I found out that over the past 50 years, there had been 6 unexplained disappearances in the Blackwood area. All of them were lone hikers or campers who ventured off established trails. The searches found nothing. No bodies, no signs of struggle, no evidence of animal attacks. They just vanished. One report from 1987 mentioned a survivor, a woman who'd been camping with her boyfriend when he disappeared. She was found 3 days later, severely dehydrated and nearly catatonic. According to the newspaper article, when she finally spoke, she would only say that it whistled before it took him. The article dismissed her account as the ramblings of someone suffering from exposure and trauma, but I knew better. I also found online forums where people shared similar experiences from all over the country. Many described the same tall, pale figure and the same impossible whistle. Some called it different names, but most refused to name it at all, as if saying its name might summon it somehow. In the months that followed, we each tried to cope in our own ways. Jake's family moved away that winter. His dad got a job offer in another state, but I always suspected Jake had pushed for the move. Chris threw himself into sports and partying, anything to keep busy and distracted. I just tried to understand what happened. None of us ever went back to Blackwood Ravine. In fact, I've never set foot in any forest after dark since that night. I go hiking sometimes, but I'm always back to my car before the sun starts to set. The hardest part is that whistle. It wasn't just a sound. It was something I felt in my bones, something that reached inside me and touched something primal. Sometimes I'll hear something similar, a distant train, a particular bird call, even certain musical notes, and my entire body will freeze up. The memory hits me like a physical blow, and for a split second, I'm back at that ravine, staring across at something that shouldn't exist. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but I always end up censoring the story. I tell them it was a weird animal or a creepy guy we saw in the woods. I can never bring myself to describe what it really looked like or how unnatural that whistle was. They'd probably diagnose me with something, prescribe some medication and move on. But medication won't erase what I saw. Jake, Chris and I still keep in touch, but we never discuss that night. It's like an unspoken rule between us. We'll talk about everything else from high school, all our other memories and adventures, but we carefully dance around any mention of Blackwood Ravine. Last year, I drove back to my hometown for a wedding. The reception ran late, and I found myself driving past the turnoff for the old logging road around midnight. I should have just kept driving, but something made me slow down. I didn't turn. I'm not that stupid. But I did stop the car for a moment and roll down my window. The night was quiet, except for the usual summer insects. I stared down that dark road, remembering how naive we'd been, how casually we'd walked into those woods. Then just as I was about to roll up my window and drive away, I heard it, faint but unmistakable. That deep, impossible whistle, rising and falling in that same pattern that's been haunting my nightmares for years. I slammed my foot on the gas and didn't slow down until I reached the highway. I haven't been back to my hometown since. Sometimes I wonder if it was real or if the three of us somehow shared a mass hallucination that night. But then I remember how we ran back through that logged area in minutes when it had taken us half an hour to cross it initially. I remember how the orange glow disappeared. I remember how something impossible made a sound that couldn't exist right in our ears when nothing was near us. I don't know what we encountered that night at Blackwood Ravine. I don't want to know. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering if it's still there, standing between those two trees, watching and waiting for someone else to wander too close to the edge. And sometimes, in those moments between wakefulness and sleep, I swear I can hear that whistle again, calling me back. Story 18. I still can't explain what happened to me last year. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, tried to rationalize it, tried to convince myself it was just sleep paralysis or something normal. But I know what I felt. I know it was real. I was stationed at Fort Bliss in El Paso. Nothing special about the place really. Hot as hell during the day, cold at night, and enough sand to make you forget what grass looks like. I was in the East Bliss barracks, which were relatively new compared to some of the other buildings on base. My room was basic but comfortable enough. Twin bed, small desk, closet, and a window that faced another identical building. This happened after a particularly brutal day of training. Our sergeant had been in a foul mood and made us run drills until we were practically crawling back to the barracks. It was around 10 at night when I finally got back to my room. My muscles were screaming, and all I wanted was a shower and sleep before PT at 0500 the next morning. I remember the little details so clearly. The lukewarm shower water that never quite got hot enough. The ache in my shoulders as I dried off. The way my sheets smelled like the industrial detergent they use on base. I set my alarm, turned off the lights, and was out cold within minutes. I don't usually remember my dreams, but this one was different. It started normally enough. Random stuff about being back home, talking to my dad in the garage. Nothing weird. Then it shifted. I was lying down somewhere outdoors, and pigeons started landing on my head, not aggressively, just landing there. Then they would peck at my scalp. Not hard enough to hurt, just light taps, tap, tap, tap. It was annoying more than anything else. I tried to shoo them away in the dream, but they kept coming back. Tap, tap, tap. Each peck was deliberate, in the same spot, right on the crown of my head. After about 10 of these, something changed. The tapping stopped, and instead, I felt pressure. Even in the dream, I knew something was wrong. That's when I woke up. But the pressure didn't stop. There were 5 fingers on my head, not pressing down hard, just resting there. Like how you gently hold a basketball with your fingertips, barely touching it, but definitely making contact. I could feel each individual digit on my scalp slightly cool against my skin. I froze, completely froze. My eyes were open, staring at the dark wall beside my bed. I wasn't fully awake yet, but I was awake enough to know this was real. This wasn't part of the dream. Someone, or something, had their hand on my head. Then the fingers moved. They didn't just lift off, they swiped away, like someone quickly pulling their hand back. I felt the friction of skin against my scalp, felt my hair move as the fingers dragged across it before breaking contact. I've never moved so fast in my life. I launched myself out of bed, smacking my shin against the metal frame, barely feeling the pain as I scrambled for the light switch. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might crack my ribs. When the light came on, flooding the small room with harsh fluorescent brightness, there was nobody there. But I had felt it. I had felt those fingers on my head, felt them move across my scalp. I checked under the bed, dropping to my hands and knees, expecting to see someone hiding there. Nothing. The closet was next. I yanked the door open so hard it bounced back against the wall. Empty, just my uniforms hanging there. The window was locked from the inside, and we were on the 3rd floor anyway. There was nowhere someone could hide, nowhere someone could have gone in the seconds between feeling those fingers and turning on the light. I stood in the middle of my room, breathing hard, scanning every corner. The clock read 12:17 a.m. The building was quiet except for the distant sound of someone's TV and the constant hum of the air conditioning system. I thought maybe, it had been my hair moving as I woke up. That happens sometimes, right? Your hair shifts and it feels like something touching you. But I've had that sensation before, and it's always felt like tiny insects crawling on me, not 5 distinct fingertips, not a deliberate touch that ended with a swiping motion. I didn't go back to sleep that night. How could I? I sat at my desk with all the lights on, knife from my field kit in hand, back to the wall so I could see the entire room. I told myself I was being stupid, that there was no way someone had been in my room. The doors to our barracks lock automatically, and I definitely hadn't let anyone in. My roommate was away on leave, so I had been alone. When morning came, I was exhausted, but almost convinced I had imagined it. Almost. I went through PT in a daze. my body going through the motions while my mind kept replaying those moments over and over. The dream about the pecking, the fingers on my head, the way they dragged across my scalp as they pulled away. I started asking around, casually bringing up weird experiences in the barracks. Most guys just laughed it off or told stupid ghost stories they'd heard from other bases. But Johnson, this quiet guy from Alpha Company, got real serious when I mentioned East Bliss. "Which floor are you on?" he asked. "Third," I told him. He nodded like that explained something. "My buddy was in East Bliss last year, third floor too. Said he kept waking up feeling like someone was standing over his bed. Got so bad he requested a transfer." "Did he ever see anything?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Johnson shook his head. "Nah, but he said he'd feel pressure on his chest sometimes, like someone was pressing down. CO told him it was just sleep paralysis and to stop watching horror movies before bed." That didn't make me feel any better. I tried researching the land Fort Bliss was built on, wondering if there was some history that might explain things. Found nothing unusual, just desert that eventually became a military installation. The East Bliss barracks were only about 5 years old, so it wasn't like it was some ancient haunted building. That night I stayed up as late as I could, fighting sleep until my eyes burned. I left every light on, positioned my chair so I could see the whole room, and even set up my phone to record while I slept. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I passed out around 2 a.m. No dreams that I could remember, no fingers, nothing on the recording except my own snoring and the occasional creak of the building settling. For almost a week, nothing happened. I started to relax, to convince myself it had been some weird half-dream state. Maybe I'd touched my own head while mostly asleep and confused myself. Maybe Johnson's story had gotten into my head. Then it happened again. Same dream. Pigeons. Pecking. Not painful, just persistent. Tap, tap, tap. I became aware that I was dreaming, tried to force myself to wake up, but couldn't. The tapping continued, and then the pressure. 5 fingers lightly resting on the crown of my head. My eyes snapped open. I was lying on my back this time, staring at the ceiling. The fingers were still there, cool against my scalp. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then they slid off, dragging across my skin before disappearing. I sat up so fast I got dizzy, fumbling for the light switch. Empty room, locked door, locked window. Nobody could have been there. Nobody should have been there. But those fingers had been real. I started sleeping with my combat helmet on. The guys gave me endless shit about it when they found out, but I didn't care. I told them I was breaking it in for an upcoming field exercise. For 3 nights, nothing happened while wearing the helmet. On the 4th night, I got cocky and thought maybe whatever it was had moved on. I slept without the helmet. Big mistake. This time, no dream preceded it. I just woke up suddenly, heart pounding, with the absolute certainty that someone was in my room. I lay perfectly still, the eyes closed, listening. Nothing. Just as I started to relax, thinking I was being paranoid, I felt it. Not on my head this time, but on my cheek. A single finger tracing a line from my temple to my jaw, slow, deliberate. I wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. The finger reached my chin, then pulled away. I forced my eyes open and saw nothing. Just the empty darkness of my room. I requested a transfer the next day, told my CO I was having issues with a guy in the barracks and needed space. He didn't believe me, I could tell by the way he looked at me, but he approved it anyway. Moved me to West Bliss, older buildings, but at that point, I didn't care. It's been almost a year now. I haven't felt those fingers since moving. Sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night, certain that I'm about to feel that touch again, but it never comes. I still sleep with a light on, still check under my bed every night like a kid afraid of monsters, because that's the thing about this experience that haunts me the most. It wasn't violent. It wasn't trying to hurt me. It was almost curious, like something just wanted to know what I felt like, and somehow That's more terrifying than if it had tried to harm me, because what do you do with something that just wants to touch you while you sleep? Something that can get into locked rooms and disappear in seconds? I don't have answers. Just the memory of 5 fingers on my head and the absolute certainty that I wasn't dreaming. Story 19. I've never really talked about this experience before, but it's been weighing on me for years now. I guess I need to get it off my chest, and maybe some of you will understand or have experienced something similar. This happened about 4 years ago when I was dating Marcus. We were both 22 and had been together for almost a year. His family owned this old 2-story colonial-style house in New Orleans that had been in their family for generations. It wasn't anything fancy or particularly creepy-looking from the outside. Just an ordinary family home with slightly worn blue siding and a nice front porch. Marcus's family practiced Yoruba, which is a traditional West African religion. I wasn't raised in it, but my grandmother was a practitioner, so I was familiar with some aspects of it. Growing up around that made me somewhat sensitive to spiritual energy, I guess. I can't see spirits or anything dramatic like that, but I've always had this awareness when something's not quite right in a space. When I first started staying over at Marcus's place, his parents were completely cool with it. His mom, Adaora, was this warm, no-nonsense woman who made the best jollof rice I've ever tasted. His dad, Chidi, was quieter but had this calming presence. Their house always had little offerings set out, glasses of water in certain corners, small plates with food near doorways. It was just part of their practice, keeping the spirits and ancestors appeased. The layout of their house was pretty standard, except for one thing. The entrance to the basement was through a door in Marcus's bedroom. It was this old wooden door, painted white, with a brass knob that was always cold to the touch, even in the middle of summer when the house was sweltering. The first time I needed to use the washer and dryer down there, Marcus was at work. I remember hesitating at the top of the stairs, feeling this sudden reluctance that I couldn't explain. The light switch was at the bottom of the stairs, so I had to descend into complete darkness before I could see anything. The wooden steps creaked under my weight, each one louder than the last in the silence. When I finally reached the bottom and flipped on the light, I saw a pretty normal basement. The washer and dryer were right there near the stairs, and beyond them was a large open space used for storage. Old furniture covered in sheets, boxes stacked against the walls, the usual stuff. But something felt off. The air was heavier down there, and despite the summer heat upstairs, it was uncomfortably cold. I quickly loaded the washer, trying to ignore the growing feeling that I wasn't alone. As I turned to head back upstairs, I glanced toward the back of the basement, and this thought popped into my head, clear as day. You're not supposed to be here. It wasn't like hearing a voice. It was in my own mental voice. But I knew with absolute certainty that it wasn't my own thought. I practically ran up those stairs. When I reached the top, I turned back and, without really thinking about why, gave a small nod toward the basement before closing the door. Later that night, Marcus and I were lying in bed watching a movie when I heard it for the first time. Footsteps on the basement stairs, slow, deliberate steps that made the old wood creak in a distinctive pattern. Marcus didn't seem to notice, completely absorbed in the film, but I was frozen, my eyes fixed on that white door. The footsteps stopped right at the top of the stairs. I waited, my heart pounding in my chest, for the doorknob to turn. It never did. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute, I heard the footsteps retreating back down the stairs. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Marcus. "Hear what?" he asked, not looking away from the screen. "Nothing," I said, not wanting to sound crazy. "Just the house settling, I guess." This pattern continued for weeks. Every time I went down to do laundry, I felt that same unwelcome feeling. I started doing this weird ritual where I'd announce myself at the top of the stairs, not out loud, just mentally saying, "It's just me, I'm only here for the laundry." And I always stayed in the front part of the basement near the washer and dryer. Something told me I shouldn't venture into that back storage area. At night, I'd hear those footsteps climbing the stairs, stopping at the door, then retreating. Sometimes they'd come multiple times a night. Marcus never seemed to hear them, which made me question my own sanity a bit. One morning, about 2 months after I'd started staying over regularly, I was having coffee with Marcus's mom in the kitchen. Marcus and his dad had gone fishing, so it was just the two of us. I don't know what made me bring it up. Maybe it was the comfortable silence, or maybe I just couldn't keep it in anymore. Adaora, I started, my hands wrapped around my mug. Has anyone ever mentioned anything strange about the basement? She looked up from her newspaper, her expression shifting slightly. Strange how? I hesitated, afraid of sounding ridiculous. Like feeling unwelcome down there, or hearing footsteps on the stairs at night. Adaora and Chidi exchanged this look, not alarmed, more like a silent confirmation. Then she put down her paper and said, so matter-of-factly it caught me off guard, "There's a ghost of an old man who stays down there." I almost dropped my mug. A ghost? She nodded, completely unfazed. Been there since before we moved in. He doesn't bother us much, just likes his space. Sometimes he gets restless, starts making more noise than usual. When that happens, I leave him a shot of whiskey on the bottom step. Calms him down for weeks. And you're okay with that? I asked, still trying to process how casual she was being about the whole thing. She shrugged. Everyone needs a place to belong, living or dead. He's harmless, just naturally cranky, like my uncle Emika. She chuckled at her own comparison. That night the footsteps were louder than usual. They came up the stairs 3 times while Marcus slept soundly beside me. After the 3rd time, I remembered what Adaora had said. The next morning, I waited until Marcus left for class, then went to the kitchen and found a small glass. I poured a finger of whiskey from the bottle they kept in the cabinet and carefully carried it down to the basement. "I'm just bringing you something," I said out loud this time, my voice echoing in the empty stairwell. I placed the glass on the bottom step, then backed away. "I'll leave you alone now." As I turned to go back upstairs, I felt something different, not the usual get-out feeling, but something almost like acknowledgement. Not friendly exactly, but less hostile. After that, I developed my own relationship with whoever lived in that basement. I'd always announce myself before going down. I'd leave little offerings sometimes, not just whiskey, but sometimes a cookie or a piece of fruit. I never stayed longer than necessary and never, ever went into the back storage area. In return, the footsteps became less frequent, though they never stopped completely. Sometimes I'd feel a cold spot pass by me on the stairs, and I'd press myself against the wall to make room, even though there was nothing visible. The strangest incident happened about a week before Marcus and I broke up for completely unrelated reasons, just grew apart. I was home alone in the house, as his family had gone to visit relatives for the weekend, and Marcus was at a conference for school. I was sitting on his bed reading when the basement door swung open with enough force to bang against the wall. I froze, staring at the open doorway that led into darkness. Every instinct told me to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. From the darkness came those familiar footsteps, climbing the stairs, but this time they didn't stop at the top. The cold spot entered the room and I could feel it moving around, like someone pacing back and forth. My mouth was dry, my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. "I'm sorry if I disturbed you," I managed to whisper. "I'll be leaving tomorrow." The cold spot stopped its pacing. For a moment it seemed to hover near the edge of the bed. Then, slowly, it moved back toward the basement door, but before it descended the stairs, I felt it pause next to Marcus's desk. There was a photo there of Marcus and me from a trip to the beach. As I watched, the frame tipped over, face down, not violently, just deliberately. The cold spot disappeared down the stairs, and a moment later, I heard the distinctive creak of someone sitting in the old wooden chair they kept next to the dryer. I got up shakily, went to the basement door, and closed it gently. The next day, Marcus's family returned, and everything went back to normal, or as normal as it could be in a house with a territorial basement spirit. I never told Marcus about that incident. We broke up a week later, and I never went back to that house. I still think about that basement sometimes, about the old man who lives there. I wonder if Adaora still leaves him whiskey when he gets restless. I wonder if he's still sitting in that chair, guarding whatever it is in the back of the basement that he doesn't want anyone to see. Whatever's there, I respect his wish to keep it private. Some spaces aren't meant for the living to intrude upon. Some boundaries should be respected, even if, especially if, they're set by those who aren't technically here anymore. I've had other paranormal experiences since then, but none that felt so personal. It wasn't like a haunting in a horror movie. It was more like having a cranky territorial roommate that you never see but always feel. Someone who just wanted their space respected and in return would respect yours. Sometimes I think about going back, just to see if he's still there. But I know he is, and honestly, I think he's better left alone in his basement with his whiskey and his secrets. Story 20. I've never shared this before. I'm not even sure if I should now, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. It happened in late 2016, and it still messes with my head daily. I'm a sheriff's deputy in Sacramento County, California. Been on the force since 2011 after serving in the Army. I'm what you'd call a regular guy. I like my job, play video games on my days off, have a few beers with friends. Nothing special. I work patrol shifts mostly, but I've done my share of CSI work for serious cases. Suicides, murders, the stuff that sticks with you. I've never been religious, never prayed, never went to church, but I can't deny I've had experiences. Growing up, we lived in this old house where weird shit happened all the time. Doors opening on their own, footsteps at night when everyone was in bed, toys moving around. My parents brushed it off, but I knew what I saw. Anyway, what happened that day in 2016 makes those childhood experiences look like nothing. It was a Thursday afternoon, around 1 o'clock. I was on patrol when a call came in about a domestic at the Safeway on Auburn Boulevard. Dispatch said 2 Norteño gang members were fighting in the store. I was closest, so I responded. No big deal, pretty routine stuff for that area. When I got there, both guys were still going at it near the checkout. One had the other in a headlock. Typical gang shit. Red clothing, tattoos, the works. I separated them without much trouble. Neither had weapons, thank God. I detained both, handcuffed them, and took them outside to the parking lot where I could interview them separately. I had one guy sitting on the curb near my cruiser, while the other was about 20 feet away, sitting against a light pole. I was talking to the one by my car, getting his side of the story, just routine stuff. That's when it happened. I heard a voice, a woman's voice, but not like someone talking behind me. It was in my head, clear as day. The weird thing is, it didn't sound like my thoughts. It wasn't my inner voice. This was something else entirely. The voice was perfect, beautiful, like nothing I've ever heard before or since. It simply said, "Turn around." That's it. 2 words, but they hit me like a physical force. In the split second between hearing those words and actually turning around, something even stranger happened. My entire life, all 33 years of it, flashed before my eyes. Not like random memories, but a complete chronological replay. I saw myself as a kid, playing in our yard, my first day of school, my mum teaching me to ride a bike, graduating high school. Basic training. My first day as a deputy. Everything in perfect detail, rushing through my mind in what couldn't have been more than half a second. The last image I saw was my own death. I saw myself, exactly as I was at that moment, in my uniform, being shot in the back of the head by a Hispanic man wearing blue jeans, white Adidas shoes, and a red plaid shirt. Then I turned around, and there he was, the exact same man from my vision, about 15 feet behind me, approaching quietly. Same face, same clothes, same everything. He had his right hand tucked under his shirt near his waistband, like he was reaching for something. I froze for a split second. This couldn't be happening. The guy matched the image in my head perfectly, down to the smallest detail. The scuff marks on his shoes, the missing button on his shirt, the small scar above his left eyebrow. I didn't draw my weapon, I don't know why. Training should have kicked in. Instead, I just stared at him and said firmly, "You need to leave the area now. This doesn't concern you." He hesitated. His eyes were cold, dead. Predator's eyes. I've seen that look before in the worst criminals I've dealt with, the ones who don't value human life. "I'm not asking," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Leave now." He didn't say a word, just stared at me for what felt like forever but was probably only a few seconds. Then he backed away slowly, turned, and disappeared between the parked cars. My heart was pounding. Sweat was running down my back. What the hell had just happened? That voice, that vision. It didn't make any sense. I tried to shake it off, focus on the two suspects I was dealing with. I radioed in that I had 2 in custody and needed another unit for transport. My partner, Davis, responded that he was about 5 minutes out. I went back to interviewing the guy by my car, trying to act normal even though my mind was racing. About a minute later, it happened again. Turn around. The same voice. The same beautiful, impossible voice. This time I didn't hesitate. I spun around immediately. And there he was again. The same man circling back, approaching from behind a different row of cars, still with his hand tucked under his shirt, still with those dead eyes. This time I drew my weapon but kept it pointed down. "Stop right there," I shouted. He froze, but I could see the calculation in his eyes. He was weighing his options. Just then, I heard sirens approaching. Davis was almost there. The man's eyes flicked toward the sound, then back to me. Without a word, he turned and walked quickly into the store. I should have pursued him. That's what protocol dictates. But something held me back. The energy coming off this guy was wrong, menacing in a way I can't explain. It wasn't just that he might have a gun. It was something deeper, something primal. Every instinct I had was screaming danger. When Davis pulled up, I quickly filled him in on the situation with the 2 detained suspects, then mentioned there was a possible 3rd suspect who'd gone into the store. I didn't tell him about the voice or the vision. How could I? Hey, a supernatural voice in my head warned me I was about to be executed. That's a one-way ticket to a psych eval and desk duty. Davis and I went into the store to look for the guy. We searched every aisle, the bathrooms, the stockroom, nothing. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. The store manager checked the security cameras with us. They showed the man entering but never leaving. It made no sense. We processed the 2 original suspects and took them in. I filled out the paperwork, went home after my shift, and tried to forget what had happened, but I couldn't. That voice saved my life. Twice. In one day, I have no doubt about that. The man was coming to kill me. I could feel it in my bones. Maybe he was connected to the 2 gang members I detained. Maybe it was retaliation for some past arrest. I'll never know. I've spent the last few years trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was intuition. But that doesn't explain the life review or seeing his exact appearance before I turned around. Maybe I heard him approaching, but the parking lot was noisy, and he was moving silently. There's no way I could have heard his footsteps. The only explanation that makes any sense is the one that shouldn't make sense at all. Something supernatural warned me. Something or someone intervened to save my life. I've never heard the voice again. Part of me hopes I never do, because it might mean I'm in mortal danger. But another part of me wants to hear it once more, just to prove to myself I didn't imagine it. I've looked into cases of people hearing voices that saved their lives. There are more accounts than you'd think. Regular people, not mental health patients, who had a one-time experience where a voice warned them of danger. Scientists call it a form of auditory hallucination triggered by subconscious threat detection. But that doesn't explain how I saw his exact appearance before turning around. I've kept this to myself for years. If I told my sergeant or the department psychologist, they'd pull me off duty so fast my head would spin. Deputy hearing voices isn't exactly compatible with carrying a gun and enforcing the law. My colleagues trust me to have their backs, to make split-second decisions that could mean life or death. How would they feel knowing I once acted based on a voice in my head? But I know what I experienced. That voice was real. It wasn't my imagination or some mental breakdown. It was clear, distinct, and external to my own thoughts, and it saved my life. I sometimes wonder about that man. Who was he? Where did he go? Is he still out there, waiting for another opportunity? I've never seen him again, but I find myself scanning crowds, looking at faces, always on alert. That's the thing about experiences like this. They change you. You can't go back to seeing the world the way you did before. I don't have any answers, just questions that keep me up at night. Was it a guardian angel, some kind of psychic phenomenon, a glitch in reality? I don't know. All I know is that I should have died that day in the Safeway parking lot, and something or someone intervened. I'm not asking you to believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told me this story. But it happened, and not a day goes by that I don't think about that voice, that beautiful, perfect voice, and wonder when or if I'll ever hear it again. Story 21. I still can't sleep with my feet uncovered. Even in the middle of summer when it's pushing 95 degrees, I'd rather sweat through my sheets than leave my feet exposed. My wife thinks I'm crazy, but she wasn't there that night. Nobody was, except for that thing. This happened back when I was 6 years old. We lived in this regular suburban house in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Nothing special about it, just a modest two-story with vinyl siding on a quiet street with other families. My bedroom was upstairs, across from the bathroom, with two windows that faced our backyard. I remember because those windows became important that night. It was early August, one of those stifling summer nights where the air feels like a wet blanket. Our house had central air, but my dad was always stingy with it. "We're not cooling the whole neighborhood," he'd say whenever anyone touched the thermostat. So my room was always a few degrees too warm at night. I remember waking up sometime in the middle of the night, completely drenched in sweat. My sheets were sticking to my legs and feet, and it was so uncomfortable. I kicked off the covers to let my feet breathe, something I'd done countless times before without a second thought. The moonlight was coming through my windows. It was nearly full that night, casting this silvery blue glow across my room. I could see my dresser, my toy chest, the poster of dinosaurs on my wall. I was just lying there trying to cool down enough to fall back asleep when I heard it. Breathing. Not my breathing. Something else. Something heavy and labored, like when my uncle, who smoked for 30 years, would climb the stairs. In, out, slow and deliberate. At first, I thought maybe it was coming from my parents' room down the hall, or maybe it was the house settling or the air conditioning finally kicking on. But it was too close, too present. It was in my room. I froze. You know that feeling when your body just locks up? Like every muscle tenses at once? That's what happened. I couldn't even swallow. The breathing continued, unchanged, unbothered by my awareness. I remember thinking that if I just stayed still, whatever it was might go away. Maybe I was dreaming. Maybe it wasn't real. But the sweat trickling down my neck felt real. The cotton sheets bunched around my waist felt real. The breathing, God, that breathing, felt more real than anything. Slowly, so slowly, I rolled over to look toward the sound. That's when I saw it, and 23 years later, I still struggle to describe what I saw standing between my bed and the windows. It was massive, nearly touching our 8-foot ceiling, and wide, wider than my twin bed. It was pitch black, but not like something dressed in black. It was like a void, a cutout of reality. The moonlight from the windows should have outlined it or highlighted edges, but it didn't. The thing absorbed the light like it was consuming it. I could make out a head, though it seemed to melt directly into these impossibly broad shoulders. No neck and eyes. I couldn't tell you what color they were because they weren't any color at all. They were just there. Two spots where the blackness was somehow different. I wanted to believe it was a shadow or my winter coat hanging on my closet door playing tricks on me. But shadows don't breathe, coats don't move. And it moved. As I stared at it, unable to even blink, it raised its arms toward me. Not quickly, not in a threatening way, but deliberately, like it was reaching out. I remember thinking its arms were too long, all wrong. The proportions were just off. That's when I screamed. Not a horror movie scream. I wish it had been that coherent. It was this strangled, guttural sound that I didn't even recognize as coming from me. I pressed myself against my headboard so hard I could feel the wood cutting into my back. "Mom!" Exclamation mark. I finally managed to yell, "Mommy!" The thing didn't react to my screaming. It just kept breathing that heavy breath, arms still extended. I couldn't stay there. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run. I launched myself off the other side of the bed, as far away from it as possible. My legs tangled in the sheets and I crashed to the floor, but the pain didn't register. I scrambled up and bolted for the door. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The hallway felt a mile long as I sprinted across to the bathroom. I slammed into the bathroom, hit the light switch, and tried to close the door. Through the narrowing gap, I could still see into my bedroom. The thing hadn't moved. It was still standing there, arms now lowered, just existing in a space where nothing like it should exist. I managed to close the door and lock it. Then I collapsed onto the floor, back against the tub, knees pulled up to my chest. I couldn't stop shaking. My teeth were chattering so hard I thought they might break. I was crying, but silently. I was too terrified to make noise. I heard my mom before I saw her, footsteps rushing down the hall, her voice calling my name. "Tommy? Tommy? What's wrong?" I couldn't answer. When she tried the bathroom door and found it locked, she sounded panicked. "Tommy, open the door. What's happening?" It took everything I had to reach up and turn the lock. She pushed the door open and found me huddled against the bathtub. I'll never forget the look on her face, pure maternal fear. She dropped to her knees beside me. "Baby, what happened? Are you sick? Did you have a nightmare?" I tried to speak, but nothing came out. I just pointed toward my bedroom and shook my head violently. "Not a nightmare. Not a nightmare." My mom pulled me into her arms, and that's the last thing I remember clearly. Apparently, I passed out. My dad told me years later that I was white as a sheet, and my mom thought I was having some kind of seizure. When I came to, I was on the couch downstairs with both my parents hovering over me and our family doctor on the way. When I could finally speak, I told them about the gorilla in my room. That's the word I used, though even then I knew it wasn't right. It wasn't a gorilla. It wasn't anything I had words for. But gorilla was the closest my 6-year-old brain could get to expressing something massive, dark, and vaguely humanoid. My dad, trying to be rational, went upstairs with a baseball bat to check my room. My mom stayed with me, holding me so tight it almost hurt. Dad searched every inch of the house, checked all the windows and doors, even went outside with a flashlight to look around the property. He found nothing, no signs of entry, no footprints in the flower beds beneath my window. Nothing disturbed or out of place. The doctor arrived and checked me over, concluding I'd had a night terror, an especially vivid nightmare that can cause extreme reactions. But I knew better. I wasn't asleep when it happened. I wasn't dreaming. That thing was in my room. I refused to go back to my bedroom for over a week. I slept on a makeshift bed on my parents' floor, and even then, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it standing there. Every time the house creaked, I heard its breathing. My parents eventually convinced me to move back into my room, but only after rearranging the furniture, getting me new bedding, and installing a nightlight that was so bright it practically turned night into day. My dad even put a lock on my window, though we all knew that whatever had been in my room hadn't come through the window. The night terrors started soon after. For years, I'd wake up screaming, convinced something was in my room. My parents would rush in, turn on the lights, show me nothing was there. But the fear was real. The memory was real. As I got older, the night terrors gradually became less frequent, but I developed these habits, compulsions maybe. I couldn't, still can't, sleep with my feet uncovered. Even on the hottest nights, I need at least a sheet over them. I have to check behind my bedroom door before I go to bed. I can't sleep in a room without some source of light, and waking up in the middle of the night still triggers this immediate, paralyzing fear that makes my heart race and my breath catch. My family sort of turned it into folklore over the years. They started calling it the kudos gorilla because I was eating a kudos granola bar when I tried to explain it again the next day. They joke about it now. Better check for the kudos gorilla. But none of them were there. None of them saw it. I've talked to therapists about it. Most suggest it was sleep paralysis, or that my memory has transformed a childhood nightmare into something that feels real. One even suggested I might have had a small seizure that caused hallucinations. I've nodded along with their explanations because I want them to be right. I want there to be a logical medical reason for what happened. But here's the thing. 23 years later, I still remember the weight of that thing's presence in my room. I remember how the air felt heavier, colder around it. I remember the sound of its breathing, not through its mouth, but somehow through its whole body. I remember how the moonlight stopped at its edges, like it was swallowing the light. Whatever visited my bedroom that night wasn't a dream or a hallucination. It was there, as real as the keyboard I'm typing on now. I've never seen it again, at least not in the same form, but sometimes, when I'm alone in a dark room or when I wake suddenly in the night, I swear I can hear that breathing again, and my body remembers the fear, even if my mind tries to rationalize it away. I don't know what it was or why it came to my room that night. I don't know if it meant me harm or was just curious. I don't know if it was something supernatural or something beyond our understanding of reality. I just know that it changed me forever. So yeah, I still sleep with my feet covered. I still need a nightlight. I still check behind doors. And I still wonder, every single night as I'm falling asleep, if tonight will be the night it comes back. Story 22. I never believed in ghosts or anything paranormal before having my daughter. Like, sure, I'd get the occasional weird dream, but I chalked it up to an overactive imagination or too much true crime before bed. But everything changed after Emma was born last November. I'm writing this at 3:42 a.m. while rocking her back to sleep. I'm exhausted, but honestly, I'm too scared to close my eyes right now. I need to get this out somewhere because I'm starting to think I'm losing my mind, or worse, that what I'm experiencing is actually real. It started about 2 weeks after bringing Emma home from the hospital. The sleep deprivation was hitting hard, as any new parent knows. I was up every couple hours for feedings, diaper changes, and just making sure she was still breathing. First-time mom paranoia is real. But even when I did manage to fall asleep, the dreams started coming. At first, they seemed innocent enough. I'd dream about my dad, who passed away back in 2012 from pancreatic cancer. He'd be standing in my kitchen, grabbing an apple from the fruit bowl like he always used to do. I'd call out to him, but he'd never hear me or turn around. I'd wake up feeling this weird mix of comfort and sadness. I figured it was just my brain processing grief, maybe even wishing he could meet his granddaughter. But then the dreams started changing. Last night was the worst one yet. I dreamed I was in my bathroom getting ready for bed. The bathroom light started flickering, and I felt this cold presence behind me. In the mirror, I could see nothing, but I knew something was there. I could feel it breathing down my neck. Then I heard Emma crying from her nursery. I ran out of the bathroom, my heart pounding, and when I got to her room, I froze in the doorway. There were 3 identical babies in her crib. 3 identical Emmas, all wearing the same little pink onesie with clouds that my sister had bought her, all with the same birthmark on their right arm, this weird little mark that looks kind of like a crescent moon. In the dream, I didn't panic. Instead, I just knew I had to gather all 3 babies close to me to protect them. As I picked them up, cradling all 3 somehow, I felt this overwhelming sense that something was trying to take at least one of them away. I held them tighter, and then I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. Emma was crying in her bassinet next to my bed. When I picked her up, her eyes were doing this thing they've been doing lately, rolling upward really quickly like she was having some kind of seizure. She was making these terrified little squealing sounds I'd never heard from her before. Without thinking, I whispered, "It's okay, baby. The ghost can't get you." And she immediately calmed down. She just relaxed in my arms and went back to sleep. That's when I realized I'd said "the ghost" without even thinking about it, like I knew exactly what was frightening her. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat there holding her, afraid to put her down. What makes this whole thing even creepier is that it's not just happening to us. Last weekend, we stayed with my mother-in-law to give me a break from night duty. At breakfast the next morning, she looked terrible, like she hadn't slept at all. "I had the strangest dream," she told me, her hands shaking as she poured her coffee. "I saw you walk through my bedroom in the middle of the night. You didn't say anything, just walked straight through and out the door. I felt my blood run cold because I hadn't gotten up once that night. Emma had actually slept through for the first time ever, and I'd been unconscious the entire time. Maybe you were dreaming about me getting up with the baby," I suggested, trying to sound casual. She shook her head. "No, it wasn't a dream. I was wide awake. I've never had night terrors before in my life." Then, 2 days ago, we visited my mom's house. My sister was there too, and while I was nursing Emma in the bedroom, I heard my sister gasp from the living room. When I came out to check what happened, she was standing there, white as a sheet. "Did you just walk down the hallway?" she asked me. "No, I've been feeding Emma for the last 20 minutes. She swallowed hard. "Someone just walked through here. I saw a figure, like clear as day, walk really fast from the hallway into the living room and then back again." My mom, who's East Asian and follows a lot of traditional shamanic spiritual beliefs, didn't seem surprised by any of this. Instead, she just nodded knowingly and asked to see Emma's birthmark again. She traced her finger over the crescent-shaped mark and said something that made my skin crawl. "This mark means somebody wants to be close to you." She wasn't talking to Emma. She was looking directly at me. I've always had what my mom calls fortune teller dreams. Since I was a kid, I'd have these super vivid dreams that sometimes came true. Nothing major like lottery numbers or anything, just small details about people's lives or conversations before they happened. I'd sometimes have these trippy out-of-body experiences where I'd feel like I was floating above my bed, looking down at myself sleeping. My mom always said I had the gift, but I always brushed it off as coincidence or an overactive imagination. Now I'm wondering if Emma inherited whatever this is from me, but stronger. Like maybe she's some kind of beacon for, I don't even know what to call them. Spirits? Entities? Last night, I set up a baby monitor with video. I wanted to see if I could catch anything unusual happening while Emma slept. Around 2 in the morning, the monitor started making this weird static noise that woke me up. On the screen, I could see Emma sleeping, but there was this strange shadow by her crib. It wasn't shaped like anything in her room. It was tall and seemed to be leaning over her. I ran to her room, heart racing, but when I got there, nothing was out of place. Emma was sleeping peacefully. I checked every corner, looked under the crib, behind the curtains. Nothing. But the room was freezing cold, even though the rest of the house was warm. As I stood there watching her sleep, Emma's eyes suddenly opened, but she wasn't looking at me. She was looking past me, at something over my shoulder, and she was smiling. That big, gummy newborn smile. I turned around quickly, but there was nothing there, just an empty doorway. I took her into bed with me after that, even though all the baby books warn against co-sleeping. I couldn't leave her alone in that room. I'm not religious, but I found myself praying last night, not to any specific God, just to whatever might be listening. I asked that if my dad was visiting, he'd protect Emma from anything else that might be trying to get to her. I asked that if these were just crazy postpartum hormones messing with my head, they'd balance out soon. This morning, while changing Emma's diaper, I noticed something that made my heart stop. Next to her crescent-shaped birthmark, there was a tiny bruise. It looked like a fingerprint, like someone had gripped her arm too tightly. My husband said it was probably from the way I'd been holding her during the night, but I know it wasn't me. I'm always so careful with her. I called my mom in tears, and she immediately came over with these herbs and some salt. She walked through the house, placing little piles of salt in the corners of each room, especially Emma's nursery. She burned the herbs, which smelled terrible, and chanted something in her native language. My husband thought it was ridiculous, but he didn't stop her. I think he's worried about my mental state more than anything supernatural. The salt keeps bad spirits away, my mom explained as she finished. The herbs invite good ancestors to protect the baby. I wanted to believe her, but all I could think about was that shadowy figure leaning over Emma's crib. Tonight, before putting Emma down, I noticed she kept staring at a specific corner of her nursery, cooing and reaching out like she wanted to touch something. There's nothing there, just a blank wall. When I tried to follow her gaze, she started fussing and turned away from me, still focused on whatever she thought she saw. I'm sitting here now, listening to her breathe through the monitor, jumping at every little static noise or shadow movement on the screen. I can't keep going like this. The lack of sleep is making everything worse, making me paranoid about every creak in our old house. But what if I'm not paranoid? What if something really is trying to take my baby? What if these aren't just dreams? I've tried researching online, and there are so many stories about babies being more sensitive to the paranormal. They say infants can see things adults can't, but none of the stories talk about multiple versions of the same baby or shadows that leave bruises. My husband thinks I should talk to someone professional, and maybe he's right. But how do I explain any of this without sounding completely insane? How do I tell a therapist that I think a ghost is trying to take my daughter, that my dead father might be visiting her, that I'm afraid to sleep because something might replace my baby with a copy? For now, I've moved her bassinet right next to our bed. I've put little piles of salt around it, following my mom's instructions. I sleep with one hand on her chest, feeling her breathe, and I keep having this persistent thought that I need to count her fingers and toes every morning, just to make sure she's still my Emma, still the same baby I gave birth to. The worst part is, I don't know if I'm trying to protect her from something real or if I'm the one she needs protection from. What kind of mother thinks these things? What kind of mother sees 3 copies of her baby and doesn't immediately get professional help? I just heard a noise from the nursery, which is empty because Emma's right here beside me. I'm not going to check. I can't. I won't.